the Republic of Korea. From a least developed country to an economic powerhouse, Korea achieved the miracle on the Han River. Having received help, we know the power of sharing. KOICA plans a bright future for mankind, spreading the dreams and hopes cultivated by Korea. In our global community of coexistence, KOICA represents Korea. KOICA works in regions including Asia, Africa, and Latin America to support the economic and social development of partner countries, contributing to peace and prosperity in the international community as Korea's eminent global development cooperation agency. Since its establishment in 1991, together with the government, public organizations, NGOs, corporations, and academia, through partnerships with various organizations, KOICA has carried out official development assistance tailored to each country, responding to the pandemic, climate change, energy and food crisis, conflict and refugee issues, responding together with the international community to complex global crises, and expanding support for sustainable development. Diverse people, each unique in their way of life, make up our global society. KOICA embraces the diversity of culture and environment. KOICA has specified regions, sectors, and project types, and is carrying out development cooperation projects accordingly. KOICA is active in the Asia-Pacific, Africa, Latin America, Middle East and Central Asia through offices in 48 countries. Through 5 core sectors, KOICA is implementing projects in diverse fields. Quality education for a better future. Health and medical care, increasingly important for a healthy and safe life in the post-pandemic era. Transparent, responsible, digital-based public administration in the 4th Industrial Revolution era. Technology, environment, and energy for climate response and infrastructure, the foundation of economic development. Agriculture, forestry, and fisheries that strengthen food security and enhance quality of life by improving rural income. Encompassing various sectors to solve global issues. Project types include country projects that support customized development cooperation for partner countries, the Global Leaders Program that nurtures Korean citizens into global professionals, innovative development cooperation projects that innovate through new technologies and ideas, the KOICA Fellowship Program that fosters future leaders of partner countries, multilateral cooperation projects that collectively respond to global issues, humanitarian assistance that rebuilds societies impacted by natural disaster and conflict, public-private partnership projects that utilize the expertise of citizens in various sectors, and the Global Disease Eradication Fund, which aims to prevent and eradicate diseases. KOICA has set people, peace, prosperity, planet, and partnership as its core values. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, KOICA actively implements international development cooperation projects and realizes global values, representing Korea as a global pivotal state, striving to heighten the country's global stature. Going forward, KOICA will gather wisdom and strength to create a better world for all. A world based on trust and reliability. A world that embraces humankind and the environment. a world where no one is left behind, for human-centered peace and prosperity, and an era of mutually prosperous development cooperation. KOICA will lead the way.
is so decided.
With the UN's official adoption on Friday.
제17회 서울 ODA 국제회의 축하합니다.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant morning to you all, and welcome to the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference. My name is Kelly Park, your MC for this meaningful occasion, and indeed it is my great honor and great pleasure to welcome you all to the opening session. It's an honor to meet you all. Thank you very much. Well, first and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you very much for sparing your very valuable time to be here with us today and also showing great enthusiasm towards today's agenda. Now, marking its 17th year, the Seoul ODA International Conference has served as a pioneering platform in the field of development cooperation here in Korea. Now, as shown in the previous video, we are very privileged to host the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference, centered around the theme, Sustainable Development Cooperation for Future Generations. Now, for this year's conference, KOICA has hosted a public video contest, and we're very excited to feature some of the entries related to the Sustainable Development Goals in our opening video. Now, this has showcased great participation and keen interest from our general public in the international development cooperation. Now, in addition, we also have an explicit lineup of expertise waiting to share their excellent knowledge and in-depth information with us. So please stay with us till the end and hope you take home lots of thoughtful and fruitful exchanges back home. Now, before we move on, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our hosts who have made today's event possible. As I call upon each names, please greet them with a big round of applause. First, please welcome His Excellency Kang In-sun, Second Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome. Thank you very much. Next, the co-host of this conference. Please welcome His Excellency Chang Won-sam, President of the Korea International Cooperation Agency. Thank you very much. And thank you once again to all of our participants for your presence here today. And we ask for your understanding for not being able to call upon all attendees due to time constraint. And now, to officially begin the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference, it is with great pleasure to invite His Excellency Chang Won-sam, President of the Korea International Cooperation Agency, for the opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I think most of the audience are Korean, so with your permission, I'd like to deliver my speech in Korean. 안녕하십니까? 올해로
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome everyone attending the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference, both in person and online. Allow me to also express my deep gratitude to Her Excellency Kang In-sun, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will deliver the welcoming address, Secretary General Matthias Cormann of the OECD, who will present the keynote speech, and the moderators and speakers of each session, as well as experts from each field. In 2015, the international community adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, which focus on building a better future for both current and future generations with inclusivity and sustainability at the core. Before we begin today, I would like to revisit the importance and basis of the SDGs currently being pursued through shared global efforts. The SDGs are rooted in the definition of sustainable development outlined in the 1987 UN report, Our Common Future. According to this definition, sustainable development refers to development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This definition emphasizes that the current generation should foster our global community in a way that elevates the potential of both the present and the future. It indicates that achieving the SDGs is closely linked to the lives of future generations. The SDGs is a commitment of the current generations for the future. It is about seeking better ways of life. It's about establishing policies that allow future generations to emerge as the main drivers of sustainable development. It's about closing the development gap, thereby creating a global community of solidarity. It's a promise by the international community. In this light, we have selected this year's theme for the conference as Sustainable Development Cooperation for Future Generations. From the perspective of various development cooperation actors, we seek to discuss measures for cooperation and share best practices to achieve the SDGs. Distinguished participants, the crises facing the international community today are also the challenges facing future generations. To achieve the SDGs, the international community is underlining the importance of future generations' participation, and to foster global cooperation and inclusive approaches, the international community is presenting various measures. Likewise, the Korean government, under the vision of Global Pivotal State, is significantly expanding its ODA to narrow the development gap. The driving force of the development in developing countries lies in skilled future generations. So to nurture the next generation, we're stimulating its exchanges and are actively implementing ODA in the education sector. Against this backdrop, in the first session, we will discuss the development cooperation strategies and tasks of Korea and the international community that address global challenges in relation to future generations and contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. Esteemed guests, to successfully journey toward the SDGs, the digital technology and infrastructure of the fourth industrial revolution era need to be proactively leveraged. Advancements in technologies such as AI will play a crucial role in solving the various development challenges we face. Furthermore, by discovering innovative and development cooperation models, businesses, the civil society, and other various development cooperation partners, innovative ideas and experiences need to be shared. Also, by pooling finances, we need to enhance synergy in development cooperation. With respect to climate change and other global issues, in particular, cooperation and solidarity are imperative. Through digital technologies and innovative development cooperation models, we need to devise effective responses, and by establishing multilateral cooperation systems, we need to respond to these challenges. In this context, our second session today will focus on innovative development cooperation models for future generations, where we will discuss project cases that utilize innovative development financing and digital technologies. When it comes to sustainable development, the future generation are the main drivers. Our youth are deeply interested in climate responses and eradicating inequality. They possess digital proficiency and creative problem-solving skills. And even today, as main agents of innovation and change, the next generation is participating in solving global challenges. And in the process of addressing development cooperation issues that confront our world, they are playing an important role. From this perspective, in our final session today, we will discuss successful project cases and future challenges based on the experience of younger generations who have directly participated in development cooperation in various contexts. The potential and competitiveness of future generations lie in their ability to pose new questions to existing problems and their ability to find the right path through open-minded thinking and creativity. I hope that the diverse discussions that take place today will serve as a meaningful guidepost on our journey towards sustainable development cooperation for future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, President Chung, for the meaningful remarks. We truly appreciate your efforts in creating such a valuable platform as we can share insights together, forge partnerships, and work towards a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you very much for your valuable support. And next, please give a warm welcome to the co-host, Her Excellency Kang In-sun, Second Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for the welcoming remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Second Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kang In-sun. I would like to thank all the development cooperation experts from home and abroad to the 7th Seoul ODA International Conference. I would like to also extend my gratitude to President Chang Won-sam and the staff members of KOICA for successfully organizing today's conference. I sincerely hope that today's meeting will be an opportunity for us to reflect on the challenges facing ODA, the solutions, and the role of our future generations. Looking forward to hearing from experts from international organizations, academia, and civil society. Distinguished guests, in an era of complex global crisis, attention and support for developing countries and vulnerable populations is becoming increasingly important. The international community has responded by committing the largest ODA budget ever last year, even in the face of unprecedented low economic growth. However, this is still not enough to meet the growing demand for humanitarian assistance and development. With inequality on the rise, the international community's efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals are at risk of falling short of expectations. In the face of rapidly changing environments and emerging multifaceted crises, it is time to draw up a vision for our development cooperation with future generations. Future generations are not just the beneficiaries of our efforts. They are the ones who will further develop and fulfill the vision of sustainable development through their creativity and innovation. We need to engage with future generations to understand how they think about development cooperation, to empathize with their challenges. In doing so, we need to foster a spirit of solidarity and cooperation with the international community. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, as a responsible member of the international community, the government of the Republic of Korea is actively realizing its vision of becoming a global pivotal nation that contributes to building global freedom, peace, and prosperity. Our ODA is a concrete manifestation of this commitment of the Korean government. The Korean government will make this ODA more effective. Over the past 2 years, we have increased our ODA budget by leaps and bounds in order to achieve global contribution worthy of our international status. This year, in spite of the challenging physical environment, we have managed to increase ODA by more than 30% compared to last year. The OECD DAC peer review report released in May commended us for this. It is important that we continue to think and innovate to use our expanded resources more effectively. We need to increase the scale, package, and linkages between our projects to ensure that our ODA work achieves greater development results in our recipient countries. We will also promote ODA that wins the hearts and minds of our recipient countries. The Republic of Korea has achieved growth and development in economy that has been touted a miracle with the help of the international community. And in just one generation, we have gone from being a country that receives aid to a country that now gives aid. We want to grow by sharing this unique experience with other developing countries. I've had first-hand experience when I traveled to Africa this year to prepare for the Korea-Africa Summit. We will think deeply about what our partner countries need most and do our best to align our strength in areas such as rural development and education. One example of such effort would be KOICA's work in Senegal to strengthen the value chain of rice grains and rural development projects in Senegal to help address chronic food shortages. In this process, we are improving the conditions of rural communities. By focusing on the realities of the recipient countries and leveraging our successful rural development experience, our projects are well received and welcomed by local communities. In this process, we need to create greater development partnership with the private sector, including civil society. I would like to say that we will promote ODA that is in solidarity with the international community. And we will build strength and strengthen our partnership with the civic society and create greater development partnership with the private sector. Development cooperation in times of complex crisis requires a multidimensional approach. The challenges cannot be solved by the will and efforts of any single donor nation. The government will continue to expand our development cooperation partnerships with members of the international community. Beginning this year, the ROK has been serving as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. In line with these roles and responsibility, we will continue to promote humanitarian assistance and development cooperation that can contribute to international peace and security. We are providing nearly $200 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine this year, and also we are scaling up assistance to other areas of high humanitarian needs such as Gaza and the Sahel. Mindful of the interconnectedness of the humanitarian crisis and underdevelopment with instability, we will promote an integrated approach to development cooperation. And to this end, we will actively promote the HDP nexus, or the Humanitarian Assistance, Development, and Peace nexus. We'll strive to increase the development of effectiveness of our conflict and fragile state projects, which have more than tripled in budget compared to last year. Today, we are joined by experts from various fields who are actively engaged in the field of development cooperation. We look forward to lively presentations and discussions based on their diverse experience in the field. I hope we can all work together to find solutions to the challenges of international development cooperation. And I also wish this will be an opportunity for us to draw a creative picture of the role of our future generations, who are the main players in the development of international development cooperation. I would like to once again thank President Chang Won-sam and the staff members of KOICA for this wonderful opportunity. I would like to thank all the distinguished guests from home and abroad. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Vice Minister Kang, for the inspiring remarks. Your words have set a very positive tone to our conference, and we deeply appreciate your leadership in bringing us together to work towards a sustainable future. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure to introduce to you a very special performance by the Arundiri Children's Choir. Now, this remarkable group is composed of multicultural children who have come together to create harmony through the universal language of music. Now, regardless of their culture, skin color, or social background, these young performers embody the spirit of unity, peace, and togetherness. Now, their mission resonates deeply with our theme of our international conference, Sustainable Development Cooperation for Future Generations. And today, they will grace us with two songs, Dreaming Cloud and I Have a Dream. We believe that their voices as representatives of the future will inspire us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the beautiful choral performance by Arundiri Children's Choir. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
이 땅이 끝나는 곳에서 뭉게 구름이 되어 저 푸른 하늘 벗삼아 훨훨 날아다니리라. 이 하늘 끝까지 가는 날 맑은 빗물이 되어 가만히 이 땅에 내리면 어디라도 외로울까. 이 땅의 끝에서 모두 다시 만나면 우리는 또다시 둥글게 뭉게구름 되리라. 이 땅이 끝나는 곳에서 뭉게 구름이 되어 저 푸른 하늘 벗삼아 훨훨 날아다니리라. 이 하늘 끝까지 가는 날 맑은 빗물이 되어 가만히 이 땅에 내리면 어디라도 외로울까. 이
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand. Yes, thank you very much for the beautiful and inspiring performance, sharing their stories and heartwarming messages with us. Their voices not only touch their hearts, but also perfectly embrace the spirit of our conference theme. Another encouraging big round of applause to our Arunduri Children's Choir. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it was truly grateful for their contribution enlightening today's event. And now let us move forward to the keynote speech. It is with great pleasure to introduce Mr. Matthias Cormann, a Secretary General of the OECD, for the keynote speech. He'll be delivering his presentation via video message. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention towards the screen.
Dear President Chang, Second Vice Minister In-sun, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends all, thank you very much for the opportunity to share a few thoughts in support of this 17th Seoul Official Development Assistance International Conference on Sustainable Development Cooperation for Future Generations. Korea has a truly unique and incredibly valuable perspective to share on development, having gone from one of the poorest countries in the world half a century ago to the world's 8th largest economy and 7th largest exporter today. As a member of the OECD since 1996 and of the OECD's Development Assistance Committee since 2010, Korea has shown a very strong commitment to sharing its expertise and support for effective development cooperation. And this conference is a great example of that, so thank you. Your discussions this year will be an important opportunity to create long-term strategies for sustainable development and for innovative development cooperation models to help implement them. Developing countries are navigating a highly disrupted and uncertain environment with slower growth, significant fiscal pressures, and indeed increasing risks of debt distress. Compounding these pressures, long-standing structural challenges like those related to climate change and deepening economic and social disparities will create new demands on developing countries' finances and also risk holding back development progress. In 2022, a total of 712 million people globally were living in extreme poverty, which was an increase of 23 million people compared to 2019. By 2050, we expect that more than 216 million people could be driven from their homes by conflict over food and water insecurity or climate-driven natural disasters. The annual financing gap to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals has increased by 60% from $2.5 trillion in 2015 to $4 trillion US in 2023. Official development assistance remains an important, stable, and reliable source of external finance for developing countries to tackle their setbacks, respond to recent shocks, and to lay the foundations for a sustainable pathway to global growth. Korea has significantly scaled up its official development assistance budget from $3.7 billion US to $4.8 billion US in the period just from 23 to 24, an incredibly generous increase of 31%. As the custodian of standards and data in development cooperation, the OECD is committed to working with Korea and our members and partner countries more broadly to make the most effective use of those resources. Towards this, we have identified several key priorities. First, close coordination among providers of development assistance to avoid the duplication of effort and share lessons learned. Aid providers need to better coordinate their efforts to generate economies of scale and to capitalize on each other's different areas of expertise. The OECD helps facilitate this coordination and peer learning in our Development Assistance Committee. In May this year, the committee conducted a peer review of Korea. That peer review recognized Korea's strong focus on the most vulnerable countries and Korea's targeted assistance for the green transition in developing countries. Some key priorities identified in the peer review for Korea looking ahead, based on the experience of other development assistance providers include ensuring effective cross-government coordination in development assistance activities, which this conference will help to do, expanding dialogue and cooperation on development assistance with international partners, and drawing on new sources of development expertise from civil society, academia, and the private sector. Second, enhancing transparency on financial flows to developing countries in support of sustainable development. The OECD provides timely, comprehensive data to help identify priority areas for further funding and to track progress toward those commitments. For example, our latest analysis shows that developed countries have in fact not just met but exceeded the goal of mobilizing $100 billion US in climate finance for developing countries, both in 2022 and in 2023. We're now providing technical support to negotiations on a new collective quantified goal for the post-2025 period through the Climate Change Expert Group. Currently, 121 providers, including countries, international organizations, and multilateral development banks, also use our total official support for Sustainable Development Standard to report financial flows to developing countries using common definitions and methodologies, capturing both public and private financing. And we're providing the Secretariat for the Paris Pact for People and Planet, the 4P Secretariat, to track progress towards the commitments made under the Pact to scale up sustainable financing for developing countries. Third, increasing private sector investment given growing pressure on public finances. Governments cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals alone. One of the OECD's founding principles is the importance of open, dynamic, competitive markets in driving growth, development, and well-being. Of course, private investment in developing countries is not just good for local employment and growth, it also allows companies to benefit from the enormous potential of those economies, which will be the future engines of global growth. The OECD is working to help tackle barriers to private investment in developing countries. Our blended finance principles provide recommendations for governments and development stakeholders to better leverage commercial investment in development projects and thus lay the groundwork for market-based growth. And our guidelines for multinational enterprises provide an objective, globally recognized standard for responsible business conduct to maximize the quality of private investment. This can help the private sector operating in developing countries to attract funding from environmental, social, and governance-focused investors and to mitigate potential future supply chain disruptions. Fourth, supporting domestic resource mobilization to ease the pressure on developing countries to introduce wasteful tax incentives and to strike a better balance between boosting revenues and attracting critically important investment. This includes supporting developing countries in implementing the two-pillar solution to address the tax challenges arising from the digitalization of the economy. The global minimum tax alone will generate estimated gains for developing countries of between $155 billion US and $192 billion US annually. Later this month, the agreement on the subject to tax rule will also be signed, a key priority for developing countries, which will allow them to tax back intra-group payments subject to low nominal rates of tax. Through the Forum on Tax Administration, the OECD also brings together officials from over 50 countries, including developing countries, to identify best practices that can be tailored to national circumstances. And since 2013, the OECD and UNDP have helped tax administrations in 62 developing countries generate an additional $2.3 billion in tax revenues and over $6 billion in tax assessments through the Tax Inspectors Without Borders capacity building program. In closing, there is much for us to do to enable sustainable development cooperation for future generations. From developing innovative models to better coordinate project funding, to using development assistance to scale up private investment, to targeting developing countries' most pressing needs. The OECD remains committed to be your trusted and reliable partner, to help development stakeholders meet these challenges using sound, transparent, evidence-based approaches to help shape the next generation of development cooperation policies. And as we do so, we look forward to leveraging Korea's unique experiences, insights, and commitment to accelerate development progress and poverty reduction, and ultimately to enable better development policies for better lives. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand. Yes, thank you, Mr. Marcias Carmen, for the thought-provoking presentation. The speech has provided us with a very clear view of the challenges and opportunities that we face as we work towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you once again. And with that, this concludes the opening session of the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed on with a coffee break. Refreshments are prepared outside of the lobby, so please do enjoy. And please return to the conference by 10 a.m. Thank you very much, and please enjoy. Now, And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And let us now begin session 1 of the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference. Now, for session 1, we'll be focusing on strategies and policies for future generations. Mr. Park Jong-han, Director General for Development Cooperation Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, will be moderating this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator and speakers up on stage. And now the floor is yours.
Thank you. And as introduced by the MC of the event, my name is Jong-han Park. I'm the DG for Development Cooperation of the Korean Foreign Ministry. And just to kick off the whole session, I'd like to really invite the speakers. Before, let me introduce them briefly, and I'd like to really invite each of the speakers to introduce themselves. First of all, I guess Madame Kirsi Madi is joining online. Can you have her on the screen? Anyway, she's the ASG Deputy Executive Director for Resources Management, Sustainability and Partnerships of UN Women. And I understand she has very extensive experience at UNICEF. Before that, she used to work at Finland. And on my left, this is Mr. Singh, Satvinder Singh. He also has a very quite a huge experience, a professional experience at the Singaporean government. Now he is a Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Economic Community. And further to the left, this is Professor Song Ji-sun. I used to work with her at the Korean National Diplomatic Academy, and she is a very promising young academia on specializing on the development cooperation issue. So here you are, and since I guess the Madam Madi is not yet on the screen, can I invite Mr. Singh to say a few words?
Thank you very much, everyone. And first of all, very good morning. I'm just checking with the moderator. This is my time to be able to speak. 15 minutes? Or
no,
just an introduction.
Just a few words, and then
Okay,
I will
sure.
invite again,
Right.
starting from Madam Madi.
Got it. First of all, thank you, and it's great to be here in this event. And let me, on behalf of the ASEAN fraternity, thank KOICA for including us in this conversation. There's a long-standing relationship between ASEAN and KOICA and the Korean government, and we have a lot to share, and we have also a lot to share about the coming future and looking at the challenges that lie ahead for both of us. But I'm looking forward to working with my fellow panelists to be able to address all the questions this morning. It's great to be here in Seoul. Yeah.
Now I see Madam Madi is online. So can you say a few words to the audience here in Seoul?
Good morning, Director General Park and all the participants. Warm greetings from New York. It is late evening here, and I only wish I were with you there this morning. Unfortunately, it didn't work out this time. Looking forward to the next opportunity, but delighted to join you virtually.
Thank you. And lastly, Professor Song.
Thank you. Thank you for the very kind introduction, and thank you for kindly inviting me to this meaningful event. I hope I can provide my 2 cents on the way forward for Korea's development cooperation, but I see that the main actual agents and the drivers of future development cooperation is with us here online and offline, and hopefully we can have a very fruitful and dynamic discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me briefly introduce our session. I guess our session is basically set the tone for the whole day. So we are going to have some views from you and especially what's really going on to prepare for the upcoming summit for the future generation, as well as we're ready to hear what's really going on at ASEAN, as well as his views, what's going to be, what should be the focus of our cooperation with ASEAN on development cooperation. And lastly, Professor Song will present some ideas and also very grand view on our own, Korea's own development cooperation system. So without further ado, I would like to really invite Madame Madia to make a presentation to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General Park and dear participants, distinguished speakers, panelists, and all the colleagues. Let me first just start by thanking Republic of Korea for convening this discussion today. Such a critical topic on how we can adopt international development cooperation strategies and policies to really prepare for supporting future generations. It's a very, very timely discussion. We know that 10 billion people will be born in this century, most of them in low and middle income countries. Against the global backdrop of evolving challenges, from climate change, rising conflicts, crisis to food insecurity. What we do or what we fail to do as a global community will affect generations to come. And therefore, it is critical that we have these conversations, and it's very, as I said, very timely, given that in a couple of weeks, the Summit of the Future will take place here in New York. Now, before I talk more about the summit, I want to give you some data points. Our latest data shows that with the current rate of progress of achieving gender equality, by 2030, an estimated 100 million girls and young women will be out of school. 340 million women and girls will live in extreme poverty. And climate change will leave 236 million more women and girls hungry. I'm highlighting this because gender equality is not just a moral imperative, the right thing to do, but it is absolutely essential for achieving sustainable development. To meet the needs of both current and future generations, it is critically important that we embed and prioritize gender equality in our development strategies and policies. Let me highlight another important figure, 1.8 billion. That is how many young women and girls we have today around the world. This is the group with tremendous potential to accelerate progress towards gender equality. Their active participation in gender-responsive development efforts that shape the future is essential. It is not optional. For my presentation today, I would like to focus on how we engage young people to drive progress towards gender equality and through that sustainable development. I will provide an overview of our collective progress, share the key international milestones, policies, and strategies that promote young people's agency, engagement, and leadership. First, let us take a closer look at where we are in terms of achieving gender equality and unpack the factors that have hindered our progress. As you all know, in 2015, all the United Nations member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. One of them, SDG 5, is dedicated to gender equality, but it is also integrated throughout the 2030 Agenda. A year ago, in September, we launched the Gender Snapshot Report to monitor gender equality progress across all the SDGs. Last year, we were halfway to 2030. Our report glaringly found the global progress on gender equality lagging behind. Globally, no indicator has been met or even almost met, and only 2 are close to target. Now, what are the critical obstacles? One of the primary obstacles to progress are harmful social norms. These norms perpetuate all forms of discrimination against women. They are normalizing discrimination and are at the root of violence against women and girls. Secondly, we are still feeling the impact of COVID-19 pandemic because it worsened gender inequalities. It placed an undue burden of domestic work on women, which reinforced traditional gender roles and reversed the progress in engaging men and boys as active contributors to household responsibilities. During the pandemic, we've also seen a very troubling rise in gender-based violence and disruption of critical services to support women and girls. Thirdly, the lack of financing for gender equality is another major barrier. The insufficient volume and duration of available funding for gender equality initiatives and limited allocation of gender-responsive budgets have posed significant challenges to achieving necessary progress. As we address current challenges and prepare to address future obstacles to gender equality, we need to take account of these lessons learned and design policies and strategies to effectively change harmful norms, respond to the impact of the pandemic, and improve financing mechanisms for gender equality. Now, intergovernmental processes are the backbone of our international collaboration to ensure the successful implementation of the SDGs for future generations. And this is where I would like to highlight the key upcoming intergovernmental moment, the Summit of the Future, a pivotal moment which will take place in a couple of weeks during the 79th session of the UN General Assembly here in New York. Concretely, what does it mean? In the coming weeks, the world leaders will convene at the UN to adopt the Pact for the Future, which will also include a declaration on future generations as an annex. As UN Women, we are very pleased to see that gender equality and women's empowerment are mainstreamed in the current draft that is under consideration by the member states across all 5 chapters of the draft Pact of the Future. In addition to mainstreaming, the draft pact also contains specific commitments, including accelerating the work and agenda on women, peace and security, promoting women's participation and leadership in all spheres of society, supporting women's economic empowerment, ensuring universal access to sexual and reproductive health services, and ending all forms of violence against women and girls. The draft declaration on future generations is also a promising step forward. It emphasizes the urgency to safeguard the future generations' needs and interests with proposed actions, including addressing structural inequalities, taking urgent climate actions, leveraging new technologies and science, and ensuring equal access to knowledge and innovation. We are pleased to see that one of the core principles of the draft declaration is the achievement of gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. It outlines the need for full enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms by all women and girls. Once adopted, this declaration will signify the collective commitment from world leaders to implement policies and programs that address the needs and priorities of women and girls. Let me also take a few moments to talk about another very important moment that is starting now at the high-level week of the General Assembly. In addition to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations that we expect the member states to adopt, a key existing international roadmap for gender equality is called Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. It is a historical rallying call made in 1995 at the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing, and it paved the way for change. It is important to emphasize here that the recommendation and call for actions from this roadmap are still very relevant to us today and to the generations that will follow us. For 30 years, while we have made significant gains in gender equality, it still remains a distant goal. Let me illustrate this with some examples and numbers. For example, our data shows that no country is within reach of eradicating intimate partner violence. Only 27 countries have comprehensive systems to track and make budgetary allocations for gender equality and women's empowerment. 1 in 4 women and girls are expected to be moderately or severely food insecure by 2030. And we estimate that 110 million girls will be out of school. The challenges facing women and girls remain, and the journey is far from complete as new obstacles continue to emerge. Recent setbacks, particularly for those living in fragile or conflict-affected countries, and growing vulnerability brought on by climate change are worsening the outlook. Therefore, much more action is needed to realize the commitment made to women and girls 30 years ago. And the coming year is going to be the key moment to reiterate those commitments and really turn them into action for real, tangible, sustainable change. If we are serious about leaving the legacy of opportunities and justice for future generations, we must recommit to the principles of equality to fully realize the ambition and vision of the Beijing Platform for Action and Declaration. Now, imagine a world where everyone, no matter their gender, has the opportunities to succeed. That is the vision we want to achieve. It is not just about policies and strategies, it is about our lives and the lives of future generations. When we empower women and girls, we realize their full potential to drive innovation, social cohesion, and economic growth. And we stand ready to support the global community with accelerated actions. So we will do so with active, meaningful engagement of young people. This is the only way to realize this ambition. For the 30th anniversary, UN Women will create global, regional, national, and community spaces to engage youth and adolescents in meaningful discussions on gender equality. And I would like the young people in the audience today to remember this. Your voice matters. You can count on us to foster safe, accessible, and inclusive spaces so that you can voice your priorities and aspirations. We will create for you we will create spaces for you in intergovernmental processes. For example, in Asia Pacific, we will co-convene a civil society forum in Bangkok this November, together with the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and expect participation from 250 civil society organizations. The outcomes from this forum will inform the regional ministerial conference. As we move forward, I want to call on our development experts and policymakers to put youth at the center of all of our initiatives. To harness their potential, we must ensure youth are not only heard, but actively involved in the design and implementation of policies and programs at all levels. By partnering with youth-led and youth-focused organizations, we at UN Women want to ensure that our initiatives incorporate youth voices and cater to their needs, always. We also continue to push for the systemic engagement of youth in intergovernmental processes. Just as an example, earlier this year, we worked with more than 8,000 young people worldwide and facilitated the development of their recommendations to this year's session of the Commission on the Status of Women. It's known for CSW for short. CSW is the UN's largest annual gathering on gender equality and women's empowerment. Nearly 4,000 delegates representing different member states and close to 5,000 civil society representatives attended this year's CSW. Across the world, from grassroots movements to global campaigns, we are seeing young people already demonstrating their leadership, their capacity, and their agency. It is our responsibility to work for them and with them as leaders of tomorrow and of today. We must support them by addressing barriers to their meaningful participation, equipping them with tools and platforms where they can contribute their insights, propose solutions, and steer initiatives that will influence their community and beyond. The Republic of Korea has been a steadfast supporter of gender equality and youth empowerment. Thanks to the support from the Korea International Cooperation Agency, we are, for example, strengthening community resilience and reducing vulnerabilities in emergency and conflict-affected areas in Indonesia. This program empowers youth-led civil society organizations to actively participate in village-level planning and budget. It includes the introduction of tools for forecast-based early action and gender-responsive budgeting and planning. It also builds the capacities of young community members to create counter-narratives against intolerance and extremism, as well as enhance disaster preparedness. Through Korea's support to UN Women capacity building initiatives, we successfully implemented a cross-country learning event last year, bringing together youth leaders and experts from 13 countries across the Asia-Pacific region to exchange knowledge and develop country-specific action plans to combat technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Korea's support and leadership in promoting women, peace and security agenda is furthermore enabling women, especially young women, to meaningfully participate in policy making and in decision making. These are just a few examples of what we have achieved through our partnership. We are looking forward to continue our strong collaboration to realize our commitment for future generations. And as I conclude my presentation, I would like to share a few thoughts on how we can together accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals for future generations. Firstly, I encourage Korea to commit to implementing the pledges outlined in the Pact of the Future and the forthcoming Declaration for Future Generations. By committing to these pledges, Korea will set a powerful example of empowering youth to participate in decision-making at all levels. I also encourage the young people of Korea to actively participate in the upcoming campaigns and processes that will shape the future of the next generations. Now, Korea is well aware of the societal pressures and challenges facing its younger generation, such as intergenerational tensions and a rapidly aging population. I would like to encourage Korea to take a leadership role in global and regional discussions and share its experiences on shaping a better future for younger generations everywhere. Lastly, Korea has some of the most dynamic and globally well-known youth pop bands with millions of young followers around the world. And even though I'm not young, but I'm also a follower. A boy band, BTS, inspired many young people as Korea's special presidential envoys for future generations and culture. I encourage Korea to continue leveraging the cultural influence to inspire and raise more awareness about the Declaration of Future Generation and the SDGs. In closing, I would like to say that future generation will look back and they will see our actions. They will see whether we stepped up to realize the commitments of the 2030 Agenda for all humanity. So therefore, my call to you and to all of us is, let's make it count. Thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, ASG Madi, and I sincerely wish to invite BTS to this event, but they may not be available for this event. Maybe we'll think about how to really engage our influential entertainers to really convince all the international community to participate in your call to engage further on for our future generation. I guess your presentation has really set the scene for our discussion on what we will have to do with our development cooperation projects to really engage further young people as well as the women. And can I then invite Mr. Singh to make his presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Very good morning once again. Let me join everyone to thank UN Assistant Secretary General Kirsi Madi for laying the ground foundation on SDG and the priorities. And I think she did a wonderful, wonderful job. It's going to make it easy for me in terms of thinking through some of the ASEAN challenges, I think, because a lot of what she has summarized are also what's important to us. Let me share with you what I'll be doing today. I'm not able to click my slides, so somebody can just come and just check. All right. No, I'm not able to click.
Can somebody help to switch through the slides?
Yeah, all right. All right, so maybe this is not working, so we'll just do it offline, yeah. Let me try again. Oh yeah, it's working again, so let's, all right. So today, this morning, I'm actually going to be touching on three parts: the sustainable development in ASEAN itself. I'll be also spending some of the time that's given to me looking at the ASEAN-Korea Development Cooperation Partnership. This is the partnership that binds deep cooperation in terms of development work in our region. It's really a long partnership. In fact, we are celebrating 35 years of collaboration between ASEAN and Korea this year. As we are all here, there's a team that's preparing for the ASEAN-Korea Summit that's going to happen in the month of October in Vientiane, when the ASEAN leaders are meeting with the rest of the world. And during that summit, there is a commitment on the part of ASEAN member states to elevate our relationship with Korea. Today, we call our partnership as that of a strategic partnership. And in fact, this year, at the 35th anniversary, we are going to be moving towards elevating the partnership towards a comprehensive strategic partnership, meaning there'll be a lot more depth and a lot more commitment from Korea in wanting to engage the 10 countries of ASEAN. And that's what's going to be very much part of my discussion as we look at the way forward. Let me quickly jump on to the overall snapshot of the SDG in ASEAN. You know, whatever that Assistant Secretary General Madi has already highlighted, I think she captured the essence of what's missing. On my part, I just wanted to add that, you know, one of the key elements that we are confronting in our region, besides the issues that were raised this morning already by the UN, it's really the impact of climate change. Increasingly, this is becoming very evident, manifested by very frequent severe weather events, including the rising sea levels, including disruptions in ecosystems and livelihoods that we are beginning to see in our region. We are vulnerable to climate change. And clearly, I think even though we have seen a lot of more effort in our region in terms of the transition towards green investment, in fact, that has risen more than 20%. But clearly, what is required for us to move towards full transition on sustainability in addressing climate change is truly a big challenge. And then on top of that, today as we speak, we all are getting nervous with some of the global practices that are taking place today. I think if you noticed, many of the developed countries, I'm not going to mention here who, but clearly we know there are going to be some very protectionist measures under the what I call the umbrella of climate change that we are going to see coming across. And some of these legislative changes being rolled out are going to make it very difficult for the exporters from the developing South, including from ASEAN, to be able to do business like usual, like we used to do in the past. I think these are challenges that it's not that we are not willing to undertake, but just the time for us to be able to prepare ourselves, to be able to do the necessary reporting, the resources that we need in order to prepare our entire value chains of our people, the farmers, the manufacturers, the SMEs. We are not there. I think this is what is keeping us nervous and keeping us awake today. So these are issues that are truly also, I would like to add on to what Secretary General was mentioning this morning, are critical issues that we need to take into account. Next, let me quickly jump next onto more of the snapshot of SDGs in ASEAN. And clearly, for us, we have made huge strides towards achieving our goals. Concerted efforts have been made by each of the member states of ASEAN, and I must say that this is going to continue. In fact, despite all of the negative impact of COVID, we are beginning to see social outcomes in ASEAN region improving. For example, child malnutrition has lessened under the SDG 2 on zero hunger. In fact, we have also made progress in maternal and child health in ASEAN under the SDG 3 on good health and well-being. In fact, we have also seen, for example, qualified primary school teachers have also increased, and pre-primary participation have also improved under the SDG on quality education. And I must also say that in the space of the share of renewable energy have also increased in the 5 of the member states under the SDG 7, and that centers on affordable and clean energy. Now, finally, I must also say that on individuals using internet, and that also is an important indicator, and here also we have seen there's a huge uptake of internet in our region, and this comes under SDG 17 on partnership goals. Clearly, I must say that for ASEAN, we have long recognized the complementarity of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with our own ASEAN community building efforts. Just allow me to run some of the ASEAN initiatives on SDGs that we have today that truly complements the SDG goals. I think number one is basically the Complementarities Initiative. Now, this was launched at the high-level brainstorming dialogue on enhancing of complementarities between our ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In fact, way back in 2017 in Thailand, we started this dialogue, and we have actually worked with SCAP and in cooperation with our secretariat. And these serves like a platform in our region for us to discuss concrete actions to promote complementarities between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025. This is our own blueprint for development, together with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And this is where we bring a lot of our partners to come to have those conversations. ASEAN also has our ministerial dialogue on accelerating actions to achieve SDG. In fact, the second dialogue was convened in the March of 2023 in Bangkok with a team of evidence-based strategies to accelerate attainment of SDGs in ASEAN. The dialogue has resolved to undertake measures that will accelerate actions to realize our SDG and also to strengthen our partnerships and pursue collaborative initiatives in order to improve the lives of our people. This year, in 2024, we have also done the ASEAN Forum on SDG with national development planning agencies. And this is also convened by Thailand as the ASEAN coordinator on sustainable development. And this will happen on 31st of October to the 1st of November in Bangkok. This is held back to back with the 8th high-level brainstorm dialogue on complementarities initiative. So please do come and join us in this forum that's going to take place in Bangkok. Finally, ASEAN has also launched the ASEAN Gender Outlook. This is, I think, in line with what Assistant Secretary General was mentioning about the need for us to address gender issues. And this is truly, we want to achieve the SDG goal of all and leaving no woman and girl behind in ASEAN. Now, this second edition of this is also finalized. In fact, the Gender Outlook is a milestone document that truly looks at the notable gains in ASEAN member states, as well as the gaps and challenges, especially against the backdrop of COVID-19, using a gender lens towards achieving sustainable development. ASEAN has also, for example, established the Working Group on Sustainable Development Goals in 2018 to monitor and to track SDG in the region. And we are currently monitoring a total of 147 indicators covering all of the 17 goals. All of these are the ASEAN initiatives which are well-positioned, SDG initiative, well-positioned in terms of creating policy space for strategic thinking and also working with partners, development partners out there towards achieving our SDG, what I call aspirations. Next, let me share a little bit about our own, what I call the trust in the coming years. I think most of you are aware we are now the 5th largest economic bloc in the world. And on average, we are growing anywhere between 4.5 to 5%, and we'll be growing like this for the next period until 2030. We are already one of the largest recipients of FDI in the Global South. Last year, we received close to about 230 billion in terms of FDI into our region. So economic growth is the center stage of development in terms of meeting and improving the lives of our people, and that will be the front and center of a lot of the efforts that takes place in our region. But today, the leaders of ASEAN are committed towards moving forward and striving to do the right things in order to secure that economic growth, but not at all expense. I think today we have moved on, and ASEAN is actually pushing very strongly towards 2 efforts. Number one, we are embracing sustainability in a very big way. And number 2, we are embracing digital transition. Let me quickly take through you where these trusts are. I think first on circular economy, I think this is a framework that actually sets the ambition for our long-term vision of circular economy. A lot of work has already begun 2 years ago, and today we are in the implementation phase of some of the critical sectors that are high emitting, whether it's the energy, transport, and the agriculture sectors. Now, I also want to share with you that we are also moving ahead with our blue economy framework, which we are now currently implementing it. We are, in fact, ASEAN is a region which has some of the most amount of coastlines, and the livelihoods of our communities is critical to us. In fact, we are right now building on a full-fledged implementation plan in order for us to develop the blue economy transition plan for the region. In fact, more than 35% of carbon sink in the world sits in our region, and more than 70% of global ocean species are in our waters around us. So we have a huge amount of responsibility for us to ensure that while we manage the blue economy growth and development, we maintain not just our environment, but also improve the lives of the communities that are depending on those ecosystems. Moving back, I just want to talk a little bit about the carbon neutral plan. Now, the carbon neutral plan is really the overall umbrella strategy that's going to be helping ASEAN to move and transit towards decarbonization. All 10 ASEAN member states are signatories to the Paris Agreement. They are committed to the NDC targets, and they are committed towards doing the best they can in order to be able to achieve. Now, at the ASEAN Secretariat, we are looking at overarching regulation and policies at the regional level that could actually complement each of the member states. So for example, circular economy I just talked to you about. Today, I'm just telling you we have about 16 initiatives under the carbon neutral plan today already embraced and they've been endorsed by the leaders. I'm just sharing with you a couple of them. Number one, let me share with you is, for example, we are now looking at making sure that all of our economic agreements have circular elements in our FTAs, free trade agreements, because today it's not easy for you to have goods which are reused, recycled, waste goods to move freely across our borders. So much for decarbonization. So what we are trying to do in ASEAN is we can't wait for WTO. We are trying to, for example, get our FTA, our ATIGA, to be modern and to be modernized, to be relevant and to be circular and allow, for example, the reuse, recycle products to move freely in our region. This is just one of the 16 initiatives under the carbon neutral plan. Another one, for example, for green energy, we are wanting to work in terms of prioritization of the ASEAN Power Grid Connectivity Project. We want to connect the power grid of ASEAN so that we can manage demand and supply and we can decarbonize the demand and supply for the region in meeting our energy needs. This is just an example of what we are trying to do under carbon neutrality. If we get it right, of course, the benefits are going to be huge. Millions of new jobs will be created. In fact, there's a growth of another $5 trillion to our GDP. As you can see the numbers here, okay? And this is too big an issue for us not to be able to get together to get it done effectively. Now, I want to move on now a little bit now on terms of the digital transformation side. I think this is the second thrust that ASEAN is moving very aggressively. We are wanting to prioritize digital transformation. I think COVID-19, if there's one thing that it did good for us, was in rallying and getting our entire region to be able to do things that we never expected that we could do. Today, you can see in the way we live, work, and play, we have actually moved very quickly towards digital transformation, and we are not turning back. In fact, the members, the leaders have taken the period of COVID to come together to actually give a full commitment that we want to integrate our entire digital economy now. And we are now, right now as we speak, we are negotiating the world's largest digital economic agreement. It's called the DEFA. Basically, this is a big deal because this is going to be a legally binding agreement for the 10 countries in order to integrate our digital ecosystem, everything from the movement of data, the digital payments, cybersecurity rules, e-commerce rules, digital identity harmonization that will allow digital trade digitalization, even the movement of skilled personnel. So we are going to be moving and embracing digital transformation alongside sustainability as the two important economic growth drivers that will help us fulfill our growth and our development forward. Let me now quickly move to our ASEAN-Korea Development Cooperation Partnership. As I've mentioned today, 35 years, and this is where we are. In fact, Korea is our 5th largest trading partner, 6th largest source of FDI. I suspect these numbers are going to grow in a much more bigger way in the coming years. And clearly, we have actually moved very strongly together with Korea to develop a very strong partnership. We have the ASEAN-Korea Cooperation Fund. This is a fund that has been aiming to bring about full development. In fact, I'm hoping that in the coming months, we are going to see a lot more announcements of how we're going to grow the fund. And this is where President Cheng, we hope to see a deeper amount of sophisticated cooperation that will really support development, but targeted development that will also align with our priorities in sustainable development as well as digital development of our region. I think those things are going to be critical alongside community developments like gender issues and then leaving no one behind, and then making sure that all of this work that we're going to do in both digital transformation and sustainability is targeted at all communities. I must say that the impact of this has been very significant. As you can see, this is the value of the generation of projects over the years that we have generated. It is not small, and we hope that in the next way forward, we are going to be able to do this in a much more meaningful way. Now, let's talk about a little bit about what are some of the challenges and the way forward, I guess one thing is very clear. The ASEAN is not a single market, all equal market. We have LDCs, we have some of the most developed countries in the grouping. So clearly, economic, social disparities need requirement of tailoring. We need to be sensitive to be able to address specific needs of member states. And I know that in our next generation of our cooperation, this will be an element that will be incorporated, because this is how Korea has also been able to do this with us. I think second, of course, is the rapid economic development has also posed huge amount of pressures on environmental sustainability, as we have discussed this morning. And I think this is where the problem with some of these changes, whether it's sustainable changes or even digital transition, it's just that the speed is so rapid. The rapid speed is what's making the stress and the challenge even greater. And I think this is what we have done in the last 20 over years. I don't think we can move in the same pace, or neither can we use the same solutions in the next stage of our development and growth. And clearly, of course, we need to ensure inclusive growth, because data is showing that not all people are benefiting from the change and development that we have been doing. I think this is where we are very conscious, and we're going to take a lot more critical steps to ensure we're going to do that. Before I end, I just want to say that how ASEAN and Korea, we are like-minded partners, and clearly in the pursuit of our collaboration for mutual benefit, we both actually are in a very good position to be able to achieve that. And like I said, we look forward to the big announcements in the coming month, and I'm happy to later on share a lot more details about how we are working with Korea and other partners in terms of transforming ASEAN into what it is today, one of the fastest growing regions in the world. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy SGA, for the presentation, as well as I would like to really thank you for bringing climate change challenges as well as digital transformation agenda into our discussion, because those two areas are one of those priority areas that we will have to focus on for our future generation. Thank you. And can I then invite Professor Song to make a presentation?
Thank you. Thank you very much to those who are joining us very early in the morning or via online very late in the evening for this meaningful event. And also I'd like to thank our co-hosts for kindly inviting me. So I was given 2 questions to answer for this part of presentation. The first was on the role of international development cooperation to address present and future challenges. And the second was Korea's contribution for sustainable development of the future generation. So I would like to divide my presentation into 2 parts. One would be the role of international development cooperation, including Korea's development cooperation, in better addressing the present and future global challenges. And the second is, since the topic is about future generation, what has Korea been doing in terms of better engaging with the future generation in its development cooperation, and what are some of the ways forward? So in terms of the role of international development cooperation, I think we have been having this discussion on how to better utilize or how to better use international development to address global challenges, especially since the MDGs era. There has been ongoing discussions on how to improve both the quantity and quality of development cooperation for greater development impact. We have shifted away from the traditional approach of donor and partner country relations to better engage with multiple stakeholders from the private sector, from the civil society organizations, the companies, the foundations, academia, and even the parliament, from both domestically and internationally. And at the same time, we have been trying to ensure that the development priorities and the needs of the marginalized are heard so that we don't leave anyone behind. And now there is stronger emphasis placed on better engaging with the local actors on the ground from both public and private so that we can ensure local-led development. And in terms of the principles, since the MDGs, we have agreed upon some of the core aid effectiveness principles as well as development effectiveness principles, which we're still implementing today and are being monitored by the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. And based on the Nexus approach, we're trying to look at development challenges through a more integrated and comprehensive approach. So I think we have been doing a lot of the work and doing a lot of the discussion. But I think some of the questions remain, and first and foremost is I would like to echo what Assistant Secretary General Nadi said about really turning the commitment into action. We have the right policies, we have the right strategies, then how can we ensure that these are translated into actual practice and action on the ground? What are some of the things that have been working and what are some of the things that have not worked? And if so, what have been the obstacles? And we are having more stakeholders, especially from the private sector, being engaged into the field of development cooperation. How do we sort of bridge the different understanding? How can we ensure that all stakeholders prioritize development impact as the ultimate goal of our development cooperation? And last but not least, as the Secretary General Corman mentioned in his speech, yes, the development finance coming from both the public and private actors are still very much limited to meet the SDGs by 2030. I believe the UN published a report that said now in order to achieve SDGs by 2030, we have to have $5 to $6 trillion per year, but the ODA coming from the DAC members only account for less than 5% of it. So we have to make a choice in terms of where to allocate aid. And in the course of doing so, this is not really a dichotomous issue, but are we really prioritizing the poverty reduction? Are we paying the right attention to ensuring how the different global challenges coming from climate, digital to health are affecting the poorest and the most vulnerable people in partner countries? So I think we do have the answers. We're still working towards finding the more appropriate answers, but the problem is how do we ensure that these are translated into action? Apologies for the very long speech. Now, in terms of what Korea has been doing, I would like to share with you some of the outline of Korea's strategy for sustainable development. It's worth noting that Korea's efforts towards sustainable development cooperation and sustainable development doesn't really end with the development cooperation strategies itself. The incumbent administration published its national security strategy in 2023, and one of the core pillars is actually sustainable development of our partner countries, for which we will engage at multilateral level, bilateral level, and also through the development cooperation diplomacy to ensure that we, Korea, collectively with the international community address global challenges. And then, of course, we have our foreign strategy, the Indo-Pacific strategy, that was published in 2022 that has 9 core lines of effort. And development cooperation is included as a standalone goal. At the same time, it's a cross-cutting issue across different core lines of efforts, from rule of law, human rights, new security, including health security, digital and climate issues. And then, of course, we have some of the regional approaches. With ASEAN, we have KASI, the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative. Last year and this year, we had summits with the Pacific Islands and Africa. So with the outcome documents of those 2 summits highlight Korea's commitments towards sustainability in the 2 continents. And of course, we have the K-Silk Road Initiative for the roadmap for Central Asia. And then at the development cooperation level, we have multiple strategies at different levels, different areas, and also for the cross-cutting issue of gender equality. So one of the issues that I would like to highlight from this is that first is Korea is really starting to view sustainable development of partner countries as a key issue of ensuring its own national security. So in a way, we are broadening our understanding of what national interest and what national security is. It's not just about protecting the security domestically, but ensuring that our partner countries have sustainable development of present and future is directly linked to our national interest. And second is we are having a stronger interlinkages and also policy coherence across different levels of strategies, again, from national security to foreign strategy to international development cooperation strategies. And as for development cooperation, through development cooperation, Korea is working hard to ensure that the global challenges are addressed. The slide that you see on the screen are some of the examples of the key issues that have been explicitly mentioned in some of the key documents. And you can see that while Korea does also highlight the importance of SDGs and its traditional sort of comparative advantage sectors such as education, we are focusing more and more on the issue of digital, climate, health, as well as food security through agricultural development. And this is also reflected in the national level. So Korea, through its official development assistance, it has 27 priority partner countries. And per each of the country, we have the country partnership strategy. And per country partnership strategy, we usually have about 3 to 4 priority sectors that Korea will focus its development cooperation on. And you can see that the global challenges of climate and health are pretty much included in most of its partner countries' country partnership strategy. Now, in terms of digital and ICT, prior, it used to be included more as a cross-cutting issue. So we would see the issue of reducing digital gap through the priority sector of education in certain countries. But as for the partnership strategy that has been published in more recent years, we also see promoting digital transformation as one of independent priority sectors. And it's also worth noting that Korea does adopt a context-specific approach per different partner countries. So even if we are talking about climate and environment, let's say for Vietnam, we would be focusing more on ensuring or providing more environmental friendly infrastructure, ensuring carbon neutral transition of Vietnam, whereas in the case of Indonesia, it would be more focused on providing better access to clean energy and developing or improving the disaster risk response system policy and the institution. So we're trying to adopt a more tailored and context-specific approach. And in terms of global challenges, as for global health, Korea has been working with like-minded donors such as Korea-US. We first implemented our trilateral partnership program in Ghana. But also at the global level, during the pandemic, Korea established 3 solidarity groups at UN, WHO, and UNESCO. And we're also working at not only multilateral, but with MICTA, G20, the minilaterals, and through our bilateral relations with our partner country to better strengthen the global health security. And as particularly for the health, we're trying to better engage with the private sector, including the academia, the pharmaceutical companies, the civil society organizations. So we're trying to have a more inclusive partnership. We have been using the Air Ticket Solidarity Levy, which is a innovative development finance to enhance our contribution to global health security, at the same time increasing the absolute amount of our health aid. And by having the WHO Capacity Building Center, the Learning Hub in Korea, we're also promoting the capacity building of our partner countries. And the similar also goes for the digital divide, or closing the digital divide. Digital is usually included as a cross-cutting sector, but also a standalone sector. We are working not only bilaterally, but we also hosted the Global AI Forum, introduced the Bill of Rights, the Digital Bill of Rights. So we're trying to sort of engage both our development cooperation diplomacy efforts, but also our multilateral and minilateral development efforts to reduce the global digital gap worldwide. And of course, domestically, we have been trying to enhance and strengthen, improve how we implement our development cooperation. And on the screen, you would see one of the more recent strategies published by the current government on how to improve our development cooperation practice. And now coming to the second part, I don't think we can really talk about future generations without the future generation. And really, the future generations, they are not only the drivers of growth, but they're also the agents of change, and they are our direct implementing partners of development cooperation. And the youth has been much more active and speaking out in terms of what they would like for their future society. I'm sure you have all heard of it, but recently the Constitutional Court of Korea ruled that the government has to be mindful of the climate burden that the future generation will face, and that the government does make more concrete commitment and not shift too much excess pressure to the future generations. And what's quite interesting is that it was the youth, the future leader of Korea that filed this lawsuit. So we're actually seeing on the ground the youth taking more charge in terms of addressing the present and future global challenges. And I think when we talk about youth, we also have to consider the youth in both Korea, but also in our partner countries, because they will both be the drivers of sustainable development. And I think it's critical that we do provide them with the right access to rights, stronger resources, and stronger representation than now. This is not to say that Korea hasn't been doing anything. We actually, through our international development cooperation, has been trying to engage youth more in terms of both implementation and decision-making process. For the implementation, we have a lot of civil society organizations, we have a lot of students learning at universities about development cooperation and about different areas of sustainable development. And in terms of decision-making, both KOICA and MOFA has been doing a really great job of engaging youth in the decision-making process by having a separate youth committee where we do bring in the young generation, listen to their voices, and have their voices be reflected in the decision-making process. And we also shouldn't forget about the youth in our partner countries. And I believe in our third session, we will actually have a chance to hear more from their voices. But we are trying to better engage with youth in our partner countries who are not only the beneficiaries, but also the future leaders. And apologies for my very crude wording, but also the future labor force who will be driving the growth in their respective countries. So just to conclude, while much progress has been done, we are still in the beginning stage, especially in terms of engaging youth into the field of development cooperation. And some of the recommendations that I would like to emphasize is really to shift from reactive to more proactive approach. Again, they are going to be the ones that will directly feel the burden of present and future challenges. And at the same time, they're the ones who can actually make the changes. So how can we better engage with them? And in terms of doing so, youth will be facing or experiencing the current global challenges, which may manifest in different ways. Previously, when we would talk about health issues, it was more about physical health, but now the youth are having more issues with the mental health. So how can we apply a much more intersectional, but also intergenerational approach to addressing the future, addressing development challenges? And in line with that, we should be investing effectively in youth in an integrated manner, and strengthen the participation of and engagement with the youth in both in different aspects of development cooperation as a donor, but also as a development partner and as a mutual partner. And thus we should strategically place youth in our development cooperation policies and practice at both project level and strategy level. And this will hopefully ensure that Korea is able to better contribute to promote sustainable development of past and future. I would like to end my presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Song. And I would like to really echo what you have said about engaging more with the youth and also the effectiveness agenda that we will have to really pursue with the financial constraints as we've been facing since, the ODA governments are faced with the same challenges in terms of financing, even though the Korean government has successfully increased our ODA budget, still is not really meeting, it's not really enough to cope with all the challenges that we are currently facing. Thank you. And even though we are lagging behind our SDG goals, we are not really assured of the questions. I have already collected so many questions online, but I would like to really give the audience to kick off the whole discussion with their own questions. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand so that we can actually provide you with a microphone so that you can raise your questions directly to the panelists and the speakers. Maybe I have to really start with some of the... okay. Yep. Please.
Yes, good morning. I made the question using the app, but now that you give me the floor, I'll take advantage of the opportunity to say, first of all, thank you for organizing this event. It has been very timely. My name is Federico Cuello. I'm the ambassador of the Dominican Republic, and as of today, I am the dean of the group of Latin American countries in Korea. And the last presentation was very illustrative for us because it confirmed what we had been suspecting all along. We celebrated 60 years of bilateral relations with Korea 2 years ago. And a very interesting and engaging book was produced, pointing the way forward. And yet, when we see the regional partners that are commanding priority from Korea, there is a glaring omission there. Nothing on Latin America and the Caribbean. And Korea wants to become a global pivotal state. That requires growing markets for its products. That requires dependable sources of critical minerals for the energy transition. And that requires strategic location for decentralizing production and coping with future disruptions on world trade. Latin America and the Caribbean meets all these requirements, shares the same values with Korea, and yet there is no regional strategy from Korea for Latin America and the Caribbean. How come there is this omission? I would like some comments from the speaker who just concluded this session. I thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I should, yes. Thank you. I do believe that the Korean government does prioritize Latin America and the Caribbean. And in terms of my slide, I mainly included the strategies that have been published in the last couple of years. And I believe the government is very active and is very committed towards expanding its diplomatic relations across all continents. So I do expect to see the Latin America strategy coming up sooner or later. And in terms of the development cooperation strategy, my understanding is that there has been discussion since last year from the Prime Minister's office and from the development cooperation field to have a separate development cooperation strategy on Latin America. It's just that the strategy on Africa was published in 2023. This year, the ASEAN was published, so hopefully we'll be seeing one on Latin America this year or next year. But also another thing is Brazil is having the presidency of G20 this year, and they're really proposing some of the key issues that Korea has common understanding with, as you mentioned, such as poverty reduction. And I understand that the Foreign Ministry has also expressed its strong commitment to collaborate with our partner countries at the G20, but also in Latin America to work collectively on the issue. So I expect to see a lot more collaboration with the Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the audience to raise their hands to put forward questions, or can I just go to the list of questions I have already collected through our app? Let me just pick this one questions to ASG Madi. Madam Madi, can you see the question?
No, I do not see the question.
Yeah, I was told that it's translated simultaneously to you. Or maybe I have to read out the question in English. So you have approached lots of, you have implemented many development cooperation projects to achieve the goals of reaching the agenda equality. And out of all these policies and projects, what do you think was the most effective strategy, and how have you actually achieved that concrete goals?
Thank you very much for the question, and very pertinent question, and I'm sure that all the three panelists actually would have a good contribution to that. I mean, I think critical elements really, and actually I believe that the last speaker, the last panelist was really coining it very, very well, how important it is that what we do is also locally led. So really having the engagement and the ownership of everything what we do by local partners. That is really, really important. And in ensuring that it is a whole of society approach, that it is an approach engaging the government, the local authorities at all levels, but it's engaging the civil society actors, women-led organizations, women rights organizations, that is engaging private sector. Critically important. We cannot achieve progress in development if we are not engaging the whole society. And just if I may say a few more words just related specifically on gender equality. 50% of world's population are women. How is it possible that only 26% are holding seats in the parliament? How is it possible that only 28% are holding managerial positions at various public and corporate sectors? So it's just a critical issue for us to always keep in mind that inclusion and ensuring that we have an inclusive participatory approach to all of our development approaches, all of our development programming is at the heart of what we want to do. And I was so delighted to learn about the new ODA gender equality strategy and the guiding principles that Korea has now adopted. That's a really, really important step forward. And we are very much looking forward to collaborate. Just to tell you another thing, I mentioned the importance of private sector. We will be launching in a couple of weeks a report which is actually highlighting examples from several successful multinational corporations who are saying their results are showing a more inclusive private sector also has a better bottom line. So the profits also are there. So it's important that we are sharing not only with public sector, with civil society, with youth, but also with private sector, the critical importance of really investing in women, in girls, in inclusion overall, so to ensure that we have inclusive societies. So I would just perhaps stop there and look forward to hearing more what also the other panelists have to say.
Thank you, yes, Chimari. While waiting for the audience to think about their own questions, I have this question from the app that maybe I can really ask Mr. Singh to respond to this question. Can you use, can somebody use, no translation? Okay, this, again, it's on me. So here's this question addressed to all the panelists, but still this is about the strategies to deal with the climate change related issues and also the environmental sustainability. This is such a long question. Maybe I have to really tailor this question towards more with the regional focus. So in your development cooperation program, do you have any specific examples to deal with the reduction of emission, greenhouse gases and expanding the renewables, as well as the protection of ecosystem? How have you set these goals in ASEAN? And what are the priorities of the ASEAN so that you can actually effectively allocate the resources?
Maybe I will come back to that question. I just want to take on a little bit of what UN Assistant Secretary Karsimali mentioned about effectiveness of projects. I wanted to intervene a little bit about the earlier question. I think the effectiveness of initiatives and efforts in development, I do agree with her that the localization bit is so critical. I noticed that a lot of partners, not just Korea, a lot of partners that ASEAN work with, typically when they work with ASEAN and what they want to do with us, normally the ideas, the ideation, the support normally starts from the agencies that are sitting here in the capitals of their countries. And from there, they are deciding what we in our region require and prioritize. And I think there's a lost opportunity because a couple of things. I think number one, actually the people who knows us best are their officials who are sitting in our member states and who are sitting next to, for example, next to our secretariat in Jakarta. They talk to us, they know us very well, they actually correspond, they know our strategies that we are prioritizing. And I think there's this ability for us to strengthen, maybe even consider in our next stage of development, how do we allow a lot more interaction, intervention, coordination being generated on the ground by the officials from the donor countries. I think that way a lot of what we will decide to prioritize will be more supply driven. Not supply driven, but demand driven. I think today a lot of it is supply driven. That's why sometimes by the time the member states, the donor countries decide what is good for us, it takes us a while to even embrace whether it's really good for us. We waste a lot of time in determining how to restructure the ideas to fit into what we need. Imagine if it was from ground demand driven, as what Assistant Secretary General says. If it's ground driven, demand driven, then chances of those projects, initiatives taking ground, I think will be much more effective. I just want to say a point that I want to reiterate, where I think there's a chance for us not to change everything, but to take some resources and then organize them in a different way, and then see the results. I think it's time for us to experiment, and there are partners who are doing that, and I think it's time even maybe Korea may want to be able to organize the way you manage some of your decision making. Now back to sustainability, I think as a region, we do not have the mandate. Secretariat is not the European Union. We don't have the mandate to set targets for decarbonization. We follow the targets that has been committed by each of the 10 member states, their NDC targets for the Paris Agreement. So based on that, in our sustainable strategy for the carbon neutral plan, we have come up with 16 key initiatives. And these key initiatives are all significant initiatives which individual countries cannot make the difference. They need to come together as a region in order to be able to implement it. For example, I mentioned about the connector project, the ASEAN Power Grid. No one country can coordinate. That needs the coordination of the 10 countries coming together. So we undertake those kind of initiatives that lead to decarbonization imperatives, and obviously targeting at the high emitting sectors. And you know, these are the normal ones: energy, agriculture, transport, buildings, and you know, these are the key critical areas. So for us, we don't set emission targets. We actually, we rather focus on regional initiatives that need to take prioritization. We find resources, we work with partners, we try to get the best of ideas, and then be able to move together as a region to achieve those key projects. I think this is what we facilitate. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, finally, someone from the audience.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I am Pushparaj Bhattarai from Nepal Embassy. The current problem what the country is facing might have the similar other countries are also facing. In our case, basically the remote areas are being vacated, and due to the opportunities, less opportunities of employment, people are being migrated to the cities and from the cities to abroad. So in this situation, how we can make supply driven more effective in those remote areas or villages where nowadays public transportation has already been reached, which was not before 10 years or 20 years. And but those villages are being vacated. I mean, people are migrating from there to the cities in search of employment. So how ODA could be more effective in such areas so that it could prevent migration and create job opportunities? Can you elaborate a little bit about the balance of supply driven and the demand driven? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I think Mr. Singh can actually respond to the question. Yeah.
So I think you have highlighted, Excellency from Nepal, I think you've highlighted a very critical issue. I think on the ground today, the rural communities and the relevance of the rural community, they are facing a lot of challenges of brain drain. The young people are leaving and the older people are left behind. Just to give you everyone a shocker, the average age of a farmer globally is at 62 years and is quickly rising to 65. Now, why I share this with you is that because within a decade, it's going to be a situation where the average age of a farmer is going to be touching close to 70. Now, what does that mean? Meaning to say, who's going to handle our food production in the coming years? I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I think some of the ODA assistance and some of the development work and some of the multilaterals agencies, we need to start studying how do we look at the what I call rural community jobs, the farmers. How do we improve the quality? How do we bring sustainability into farming? How do we ensure that farmers don't die early because of cancer caused by chemicals they use without being trained, you know? We need to minimize the use of harmful chemicals in agriculture. We need to make sure, for example, we don't do any more crop burning so that the air around the farms is healthy and the populations live better. We also need to ensure that instead of burning the crop, we can sell the stocks to companies that can utilize it to make into organic fertilizers and also packaging for the food industry. So there are a lot of interventions needed in order to transform the full value chain of farming in rural communities. And I think we need to address that. And if we don't address that, we're going to keep seeing the situation that you see today. So I think a lot more can be done. And then in ASEAN, we have already started embracing the ASEAN Sustainable Agriculture Implementation Plan. We are addressing all these issues where we are looking at the farms and how do you make farms generative farms, so that they are sustainable generative farms that also will improve the livelihoods and also will improve, for example, the ability of younger farmers to retain their jobs and continue to be farmers in their communities. Yeah.
Thank you. I have this question from the app. I guess it can be addressed by ASG Madi. Can you read the question from your screen?
My apologies, I am not able to see the question. Could you perhaps read it for me?
Sure. The issue of women inclusion is critical. African and Asian countries are the worst hit. This is mainly because of the cultural views that have not really been women inclusive. To achieve positive changes in women inclusion in these regions, ODA and KOICA need to seek more collaboration with NGOs rather than government. Going through government organizations have not delivered significant results in recent times. Can you comment on this? This is rather a comment.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much for the comment. Well, I do actually think it is not only with one partner, as I was actually saying in response to the first question. It needs to be, the response to really achieve results needs to be at all levels, at multiple levels, and with multiple partners. So collaboration with authorities, because we need legal changes, we need policy changes for which we need national and local level actions. That's critically important. At the same time, we need the partnerships with the local actors, with the civil society, with parliamentarians, with youth, with women's organizations, with businesses, as I said before. So for me, it is not one or another. It's not black and white. If we really want to have change, it needs to happen at multiple levels. It needs to happen really at the institutional level in terms of legislative changes, because those are critical enablers in a society. That requires engagement with parliamentarians. That requires showing clear data, what works and what doesn't work, and why it is in the benefit of the society and for everybody in the society to have a more inclusive approaches. But at the same time, the implementation, for that one also, you need both the government partners, local partners, and civil society. So I would just, my comment to the comment would be, it's not one or another. It's really an whole of society partnership. And perhaps just to add a further comment to what Dr. Singh was saying, it is really, really important that the priorities are driven by ideas and solutions from the local levels. Of course, we have international norms that all member states have subscribed to. It's important that we strive towards achieving those international norms. But we have to make sure that the solutions that are found are in a way homegrown, that there is an ownership to that. But horizontal collaboration, sharings of lessons between countries, between regions, critically important. There is so much more similarity across the various regions, across the various country contexts that we can imagine. So really important, and this is where I would say UN Women also can bring the really strong expertise of what has worked in various countries, what are the avenues, what can be adopted to different settings and to address different challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, SG Madi. I guess it's very close to the limit of the time for this session, and your response to the final question or final comment really serves the conclusion of all these discussions. I guess how to really engage women, how to engage the youth, and how to engage almost all the constituents in our population is really, really critical for our future generation. I guess that's going to be delivered to the next session so that they can actually make more deliberations on our discussions from the first session. I'd like to really thank Madam Mahdi for participating remotely from New York, and as well as for the speakers here for making the excellent presentations and responding to the difficult questions. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, moderator, for skillfully facilitating the panel discussion. And thank you, honorable speakers, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Please give another big round of applause to our moderator and speakers. And with that, this concludes session 1, and we will now proceed with our lunch break. Now, for the guests with invitation for the VIP luncheon, we would like to invite you to the Bellevue Suite Room located on the 36th floor. Once again, guests with the invitation to the luncheon, please proceed to the Bellevue Suite Room on the 36th floor. Our staff will be more than happy to guide you. And session 2 will start at 1:30 p.m., so please make sure to be back in your seats by 1:25. Now, Welcome back, everyone. It's great to see you again and hope you all enjoyed your lunch. So without further ado, let us now begin session 2 of the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference. Now, session 2 will be focusing on innovative models of international development cooperation for future generations. And this session will be moderated by Professor Chang-geun Lee from KDI School of Public Policy and Management. So please welcome our moderator and speakers up on stage with a big round of applause. And the floor is yours.
Right. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve as a moderator. And again, my name is Chang-geun Lee. I'm an associate professor at KDI School. And I'm an economist. Specifically, I'm an economic historian. So I teach the history of economic development. And whenever I teach, the Marshall Plan is one of my favorite topics. And I think that was important, and other scholars say too, because it challenged the most important problem of the time, and it promoted more kind of coordination between private sector and the public sector, and also it facilitated cooperation between countries. So today's topics are in line with this very spirit of the Marshall Plan, actually, because we're going to talk about blended finance and innovative models and ODA, and we're going to also talk about how to scale up climate change project. So we have 3 speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Ritesh Thakkar, and the second, Mohammed Abdelkader, and the third, Darren Kajama. I will give more detailed introduction before every presentation. So let me introduce the first speaker, Mr. Ritesh Thakkar. He has over 20 years of experience in financial services, development finance, and public policy, management consulting, and advancing public-private partnership in the Asia and Eastern European region, and Central Asia too. In his role at the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, he worked extensively with governments, central banks, private sector, and multilateral development banks toward advancing SDGs and green finance policy development to foster enabling ecosystem toward a net zero transition. He also worked for McKinsey, and he also worked with ICIC Prudential Asset Management and ING Investment Management. So please welcome Mr. Ritesh Thakkar. The floor is yours.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Just
네, 소개 말씀
to KOICA for really inviting us to share our perspectives on this very important forum. I'm going to share a bit in terms of our company background as well, and so that everyone is aware on what we do at Convergence. So Convergence is basically a global network for blended finance. And I'll go into the definitions of blended finance so that all of us in the room are on the same page on that. In our network, we have over 180 plus members, which are very adequately represented by almost all the ODA funders, MDB DFIs, also private sector firms and banks and financial institutions. So it's a very well diversified network to really encourage more public, private, and philanthropic partnerships. In our capacity as a field builder or an ecosystem builder, what we do is essentially 4 things, and that's what you see on the slide up there. We essentially guide the field on the topic of blended finance globally. So we pretty much have the largest repository of data that you can find on blended finance at one place. And we come up with our annual publication, which is State of Blended Finance Report, which really sets the tone for global discussions on blended finance. We also play a very important role in educating the field on the topic of blended finance. So we work with governments, private sector, and philanthropic organizations to build capacity about this topic. Third part is connecting. We try to enhance more public, private, and philanthropic partnerships. And the fourth is really on mobilizing. That means we want to see how do we bring more transactions of blended finance out in emerging markets, which do not get the same attention because of the market failures which exist. So that's essentially in a nutshell us. Coming back to the next slide, this is some of the logos which you might identify. We pretty much have most of the ODA funders who are a part of Convergence, and of course my fellow panelists here from GCF as well. Now going to the SDG financing gap and linking really the first session that we had this morning, right? I think clearly one thing is quite clear, that after COVID, the financing gap for sustainable development goals have even further accentuated, right? So you are seeing much more demand for SDG financing. And based on, and there are many estimations out there, you know, you have different consulting firms like McKinsey, Bain, who come up with different numbers. The numbers that you see on the slide, what we see is around, the overall need is around 5 trillion. And what we broadly have is around only 1 trillion of investment flowing towards sustainable development goals. So basically there is a gap of around 4 trillion. And the fun fact here is that if you see, the SDG financing gap is the most in sectors in which actually private sector is already very comfortable investing in, and especially in high income countries and developed countries. So if you see the sectors, and that's what the graph essentially talks about, energy and climate mitigation, infrastructure, agriculture and food security, and I'm sure these are some of the things which we've been talking about in first half of the session. And just to kind of give you a bit of a perspective on what is, so given now we have a $4 trillion gap, right? What is the money available on table to finance these SDGs? So one source of financing is ODA funders, and that's what, of course, this conference is all about. And what we've seen last year, that ODA was amounting to somewhere around $220, $230 billion. So clearly it's nowhere near the trillions that we are looking for. And then the net private sector inflow into these SDG related projects has just been a very minimal 100 billion, which is around 2% of the needs which we have at this point in time. So why is this? Let's take a bit of a deep dive into why private sector is not investing. And if you see the next slide here, and apologies, I'm slightly going to get technical here. If you see, everything is linked to risks, right? If the risk is high, the private sector doesn't feel comfortable to invest. And the first starting point for them mostly is the sovereign risk, right? Now, if you look at around 140 plus low-income countries and middle-income countries which are there, you have almost only 11% are rated investment grade and above. And the majority, 89%, stay below the investment grade. And I mean, I'll spare you the numbers there. Now, investment grade, essentially, you're looking at a credit rating of BBB minus and above, right? Now, for a pension fund to invest into for us to get this mainstream private sector capital in, to invest into any of these emerging markets, most of the pension funds, in fact, all pension funds and asset managers have fiduciary responsibility, and they will have an investment mandate which will say that you cannot invest below investment grade, or very small percentage of the allocation can go below investment grade. And that's essentially one of the key reasons why you see private finance does not flow, because the risk is just too high, and these institutional investors who have a fiduciary responsibility are unable to kind of invest given their investment mandates. Now, sovereign risk, of course, is the starting point. There are many other risks. There are 7 of them which I have listed. These are not comprehensive, but these are the key ones. One is, of course, the liquidity often in many of these emerging markets is very weak or even non-existent. You have local financial markets which in many countries do not work or function that well. The private investors may not have the knowledge and the capability as well for certain products and solutions. There could be a very challenging local investment climate, and this is a lot to do with the regulatory and the policy environment in those countries. The private investors may also not have necessary incentives or mandates to look at, financing towards sustainable development goals. Many times the individual opportunities tends to be very small. So think of a pension fund which has billions of dollars, and if they were to put a $3 million in a small country, the amount of due diligence and the the time and effort that goes may not be worthwhile. So that's also another angle. And then, of course, emerging markets bring high level of currency risk as well, and that can impact the portfolio return. So these are some private sector perspectives on why currently the money, is not flowing. And, we all know the numbers, right? Globally, the global financial markets is somewhere around 330 trillion, but hardly any money is really coming to emerging markets. So the question is, how do we make this financing flow? What we need is 4 trillion, right? And if some of these money can be channelized towards SDG, we will be well within our reach to achieve our sustainable development goals and targets. So one potential solution which we are suggesting and can play an important and a critical role is what we call as blended finance. Now, to avoid any jargons and make this as simple as possible, the way we define blended finance is that how do we use development funding, which normally comes from ODA funders, public finances, philanthropic institutions, who are really keeping SDGs at the heart of what they want to do. They want to see impact. They want to see communities really, changing or getting changed. So how do we use that pot of funding in a very strategic way so that we can alter the risk-return profile of projects and investments so that we can make them more bankable and thus mobilize private sector to join hands and get this mainstream capital in? So that's essentially what we are referring to as blended finance. So private sector is really joining at market rate of risk and return, and public sector or ODA funders or philanthropic organizations are really taking the concessional rate or trying to de-risk that whole transaction. Now, why do we need blended finance? What evidence are we seeing? So what is happening in blended finance is that we keep a close watch on what we call as leverage ratios. That means that how much of $1 of concessional capital or development funding is mobilizing commercial capital or private sector capital in that sense. And based on the data that we have over the period of last 10 years, what we've seen is that the ratio somewhere stands at around 1:4, right? So $1 of concessional capital is able to mobilize around $4 or more of commercial capital, which also includes private sector capital. And that's essentially is the most exciting part of blended finance, right? That your development money that you put on the table can go a long way and you get more value for your money in terms of what development impact that it can create. Now, what are the key characteristics of a blended finance transaction? Essentially, there are 3 elements to it. Leverage is something which I already discussed. So how much of development funding is mobilizing mainstream capital in area where currently it's not flowing? The second part is impact. Impact is really at the heart of blended finance transactions. So of course, it has to advance sustainable development goals. And then the third is really around returns. So the private sector gets market return and and the development funders get the impact or the outcomes that they are looking for. And the blended finance transaction tends to lie somewhere at the intersection of these 3. And pretty much the last slide on the technical part. If you don't take away anything on blended finance, please take away this slide in your mind. Essentially, what you see is the blue line, the blue slanting line, is essentially the market efficient risk return line. Now, this is a line which is a very important line, and this is where any project or investment which is on that line or above that line is where private sector is very comfortable putting commercial finance. But any project or investment which is below that line, and this is where most of the SDG investments in emerging markets really stand, are where private sector does not invest or doesn't feel comfortable to invest. So what essentially we are trying to do in blended finance is one of the two, or maybe both. What we are trying to do is that for projects which are at A, which is below the line, where you are not seeing commercial finance flowing, we are trying to move that to B so that we are de-risking the transaction so that private investors feel comfortable to join and meet their fiduciary responsibility. Or you are trying to go to point C, which is where you are trying to enhance returns for them so that a pension fund can meet its obligation of, say, delivering a 6% pension payout, which is in your defined contribution plan, which or defined benefit plan, which they have committed to. So that's essentially blended finance. There are a few blended finance archetypes that we see, and I'll just quickly name out because I'm slightly running out of time here. We have concessional debt and equity. This is where overseas development assistance funds tend to put money in a transaction, and then that is where and they take the first loss position, and that's where the commercial investors feel comfortable coming into that transaction. Then you have guarantees. Guarantees, of course, play a very important role from a risk reduction standpoint. It really helps to narrow the gap between real risk and the perceived risk. You have results-based financing, which is where you make a payout only if a specific outcome is achieved. You have design grants, which we also kind of do as a part of our ecosystem building effort, which really support towards improving the bankability or investability of that project. And then technical assistance, which is really helping with better project implementation. So in a blended finance transaction, these archetypes actually come together. So in a same structure, in a fund or a facility, you would see concessional debt or equity, maybe a bit of guarantee and a technical assistance all playing together at the same structure. And that is what a blended finance transaction looks like. What we've seen is that donor governments have been really looking at blended finance, and that's definitely quite encouraging. What we've seen is that around half of OECD DAC members currently identify blended finance as a practice. In our data, we've seen donor governments participating in more than 60% of the transactions, and their participation is normally through direct means or through indirect means, and by indirect I would say they would be participating through multilateral development banks or funds like GCFs, etc. And these are of course the list of donors that you see which are active in this space, so I won't name them. So development institutions have an important role to play, and once again, coming back to that same slide, so what ODA funders are really trying to do in a blended finance transaction is really, it is creating market equivalent risk return profiles of projects to make them more bankable. It's really trying to lower the cost of capital so that you can make a project happen which ideally wouldn't have happened because of market failure, or even increase the supply of capital in a specific area where currently there is not enough. So that's essentially where we see development agencies playing a very important role in blended finance, and of course also technical assistance. Typically we see donors really putting in money in grants, and guarantee is something which is now evolving. And I just wanted to quickly highlight that OECD very recently came up with these guidelines in October 2023, which is around private sector instruments, and that really incentivizes ODA funders to work with private sector, and that can be qualified as an ODA assistant. So I think this is a very important development, and we hope that would really bring more guarantees out in blended finance structures as we move forward. Once again, a quick graph here to indicate that while we have over $200 billion of funding which comes from ODA, most of the ODA funding tends to go towards governments directly, or it goes towards humanitarian aid, etc. Only 2 to 4% of that ODA funding really goes towards private sector mobilization based on the data that we see. And that's essentially really the key and the opportunity in front of us, that if ODA funders really can increase the allocation of this towards more private sector mobilization, then we can really see more SDG financing happening via blended finance. What we have done in order to, while of course blended finance is one potential solution, it also comes with its certain set of challenges as well. And what we have seen is basically that there are three main challenges for blended finance. One is around, there is a limited startup capital. There is lack of really structuring expertise as the second. And then the third is really around the mismatch of investable opportunities. And in order to really get a solution around that, we have launched what we call it as design funding mechanism. This is where we give grants to design blended finance structures which really address market failures in emerging markets. And it's essentially trying to achieve three outcomes there. One is it really looks to build pipeline of investable projects or solutions to address market failures. It really focuses on bringing demonstration effect to the market. And the third and the most important is to really see how can we get this mainstream private sector capital in areas where currently it's not flowing. Quickly, in terms of some number, we've been running this program since 2017. And with just $18 million worth of grant, we have mobilized almost $2 billion of commercial capital in areas where it's not flowing. So clearly there is a huge power of leverage there. And one of the recent initiatives that we've done or come up with is the Asia Climate Solution Design Grant. This is in partnership with the Singapore government, DFAD Australia, and a couple of family offices. And that's really looking at more of an Asian lens in that sense. I recognize I just have 1 more minute and I have 4 more slides, so apologies. But just a very quick overview on what are some of the structures that we've seen in blended finance. This is a structure of what we call it as climate finance partnership. This was by BlackRock, as you know, is one of the largest asset managers. And it's a PE fund focusing on climate-related infrastructure, focusing on renewable energy, etc. And if you see the 2 boxes there, in the concessional equity, you see the government of Germany, government of France, and the government of Japan who have contributed concessional layer. And that has really mobilized mainstream banks like Standard Chartered Bank and Daiichi Life Insurance and MUFG to kind of be there. I wish I had more time. I had more slides, but these are some very interesting examples which are already there in your deck, and you should be able to have a look at it. But there are very interesting examples where we've seen blended finance really working. And if really there is more ODA funding towards private sector mobilization, we could really see a lot of scale in blended finance as we move forward. So with this, I hand it back over to you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for giving us an excellent account of technically complicated concept. Okay. Next, we have Mohammed Abdelkader. He is the Chief Innovation Officer and Executive Director at USAID. He oversees various agency mechanisms to promote the application of innovation, technology, and research for greater aid effectiveness within USAID. And he served in the Obama administration as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for International and Foreign Language Education. Mohammed, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Lee. It's so good to be with you. I wish I could be there with you in person. I am here coming to you from Washington, D.C. I have to say, Korea always holds a very special place in my heart. It was one of my first international business trips very early in my career. Came out to help George Mason University set up their campus outside of Incheon. So I hope to come back and visit soon. And so lovely to be with you all today. And just thank you for the excellent moderation. And thank you to the team at KOICA for the very generous introduction, for the invitation, and for your partnership. We are working together to tackle so many of the world's toughest challenges. We can only do it together. So thank you so much. As was mentioned, I'm Mohammed Abdul Kader, the Chief Innovation Officer for USAID, and we've got a great presentation for you today. So let's jump right in and talk about innovation. There's some exciting work going on. So let's go to the next slide. For a little bit of context, those of you who don't know, after World War II, there was a recognition that the United States had to play a greater role in the development of the world, of the rest of the world. So in 1961, President Kennedy signed into law the existence of USAID. Let's go to the next slide, just in the interest of time. Those who know me know that I could go into a lot of detail about some of this exciting history. And there's a lot of imperatives for innovation at USAID. Some of our priorities are responding to the global food crisis, the climate crisis, or promoting democracy, countering corruption, protecting human rights and dignity around the world, strengthening global health systems. These are all very large, complex, socio-technical challenges where, frankly, we can use some innovation. Let's go to the next slide. So we think about a number of different sectors at USAID. For those of you who may not be familiar with the agency, everything from providing humanitarian assistance in the wake of an earthquake or a natural disaster to promoting global health. We're currently watching certainly the outbreak of Mpox in a number of countries, and before that, we were very actively responding to COVID and Ebola and a number of other diseases. So we play a role in promoting global health. Global stability is another thing that our teams pay attention to. Let's go to the previous slide, please. As well as empowering women and girls, and of course, catalyzing innovation and partnership with the recognition that we can't go at this alone. And we'll talk a little bit more of that in a moment. Let's go to the next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about ITR, Innovation, Technology, and Research. This is the unit within the agency that I oversee. And for context, USAID has over 10,000 employees serving 100 countries out of 82 missions. So we are very much a decentralized government agency. Again, we have 82 missions serving 100 countries around the world. So Washington, D.C., while it may be the headquarters, our work is really, we have this focus on disseminating our work throughout our agency. So the unit that I oversee is called Innovation, Technology, and Research, the ITR Hub for short. And our focus is really on pioneering new tools and innovative approaches, frankly, to mobilize the newest, most cutting edge innovations that are cost effective, and also to mobilize partner networks to solve some of the most pressing challenges that are out there. And the reason I talk about the importance of mobilizing partner networks is back to this point that we know that we can't go at this alone. So I'll dive in a little bit deep on the three units. From our innovation division, that focus is really to source, test, and scale innovations that work, innovations that have an evidence base behind them, and that are solely focused on development challenges. Our technology division, which is about half of our hub, is really focused on strengthening open, inclusive, and secure digital ecosystems that are frankly rights respecting, and that is our North Star. We also have a pretty robust part of our operation that uses geospatial technologies to help guide a lot of our decision making at the agency. So we marry GIS technology with different data sets, perhaps with educational data or climate and environmental data or health data, to help us make better decisions with our relatively scarce resources that are relative to the size of the problems we're trying to solve. So that's a very powerful part of our work. And then finally, our research division, which really works to strengthen essentially institutions and ecosystems that are able to do science for development. So we invest in individual institutions, we invest in consortia, we invest in institutions that are paired up, so American institutions with institutions in partner countries, and in individual researchers to make sure that investment in human capital is there. Let's go to the next slide. And I should mention all those are really designed to improve development outcomes. So why is innovation important at a large agency like USAID? And I often give a couple of takeaways. The first is that we have this mantra that a good idea can come from anyone, anywhere, at any time. Now, why is that important in the world today? A solution for a particular challenge may come from a researcher who is in a university in a far off country. It may come from an innovator who is very close to a problem in their community, perhaps not in Washington, D.C., but very close to where the problem is taking place. And we want to make sure that we are deploying open innovation programming as much as possible and platforms to allow those with the solutions, those with the ideas to flourish. That we can access those ideas, we can test them, we can scale them if they work. The second thing I want to talk about is that our challenges are not going away anytime soon. So for many of us who are in donor agencies, we see fluctuations in our budgets. And regardless of a budget downturn, climate change is not going away. The world is not getting cooler because perhaps you may be in a tougher budget climate. So with that, there is an imperative to use more innovative methods to have that higher ROI that Professor Thakur spoke about a few minutes ago. How do we stretch our dollars? How do we get that higher ROI? And part of how we do that is by building coalitions. So we have to bring other stakeholders along for the ride. That may be private sector actors, that may be philanthropy, that may be other governments. But we play a role in de-risking some of these investments through some of our innovation programs. And then finally, accelerating localized implementation, impact, and scalability. So some of you may know that USAID has made a pretty bold goal to ensure that 25% of our funds are given to local actors, not some of the traditional development implementers. 25% of our funding will go to local actors by 2025. That's a very ambitious goal. And much of that is actually done through our innovation portfolio by working with small innovators, local innovators who may not work at a large organization. So in many ways, that's very much aligned with some of these bigger goals. Let's go to the next slide. I want to dig in a little bit deeper on some of our innovation programs at USAID. Within our division, we have two primary programs. One is the DIV program, Development Innovation Ventures, which almost acts as a venture capital shop. We don't take equity in the programs that we've invested in and the companies that we invest in and the organizations. We don't take equity, but we simply look for organizations that are coming to us with an idea, with a solution for a problem that they bring to us, and some data indicating some promise here. And over a 10-year period, we invest primarily in solutions that are going to reach 1 million people or more. That's sort of the DIV program. The other side of the house is our EPIC program, our Exploratory Programs and Innovation Competitions program. We call it EPIC. It's a great acronym. This program starts with the problem and then seeks the solution. So we would define a problem to say, the problem is ocean plastics, and let's design a programmatic approach around that. So perhaps it's a prize or a challenge to help us source the solutions, find those innovators, and then we deploy a certain set of tools to help accelerate them. Let's go to the next slide. So back to DIV, by the numbers over its existence, our DIV program has received over 14,000 applications, over $220 million invested in innovative solutions, 297 awards, 52 countries, over 100 million beneficiaries from our DIV program. And what we're very proud to see is a 17-to-1 social benefit for every dollar that we spend. And for us as a government agency, that's a really important metric to take back to some of our stakeholders, namely Congress, that holds us accountable on behalf of the American people. Let's move on to the next slide. So a little bit of a case study. Here's one of our investments from DIV to give you a sense of what an investment might look like. The problem here that has been identified is that farmers in a lot of parts of the world really lack accurate climate and weather information. A company called Ignitia came forward with an affordable, accurate, and highly localized weather forecast system that delivers that information through SMS alerts. So our DIV program made a substantial investment into Ignitia to help, frankly, scale this up. And now we have over 400,000 new subscribers who are going to increase their crop yields by an average of 20% or more. Now, that is substantial not only for those farmers and their families, but for the communities that now have access to additional crops. So we're solving a number of challenges with a pretty straightforward solution. Let's go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about EPIC, our exploratory programs. And these are some of the approaches that we take. So challenges and grand challenges, prizes, hackathons. Some of you and your organizations may have used some of these methods. And these are, of course, these are different tools for different scenarios. Let's go to the next slide, please. So you can see here in terms of how we look at challenges and prizes. And for our challenges and prizes, they sort of start at the same place, in that we're identifying a problem, and then we are looking to promote the innovation. But the difference really happens in where we make the award. So in a challenge, for instance, we are awarding first, and then working to test and accelerate the solutions, and then supporting the ecosystem. Versus in the lower part of the slide, for our prizes, oftentimes the innovation takes place, folks have tested the solution, they've shown results, the risk is mitigated, and then we award afterwards, and then support the ecosystem going forward to ensure additional impact beyond the scope of the competition. We're really looking for gains into the future, into the ecosystem. So let's go to the next slide. Excuse me here. So one of the recent prizes that we have participated in and supported from USAID is something called the Mombasa Plastics Prize. Now, as you know, in many parts of the world, including in Mombasa County, plastic waste is a significant problem in our oceans, in our coastlines, and not only does it affect the marine ecosystem, but certainly affects the beaches that are very important to economic development in different parts of the world for the tourism industry. You can see some of the stats here about the devastating impact. But this particular prize and incubator that we set up, the Mombasa Plastics Prize, really engaged with youth entrepreneurs, and the winning team from Mombasa County, which was really interesting, one of 9 teams that participated here, they set up a business where they were pulling plastics out of the ocean, recycling that plastic into 3D printing spools, and then, as you can see here in the photo, actually building desks that were then sold to schools that needed good furniture for students to learn on. So they solved 2 problems with one approach and built what will hopefully be a sustainable business going forward. It really energized these youth, and you can see a visit from a celebrity here who came to visit them. So we can move on to the next slide. Now, another one of our highlights that I'd like to showcase is our Water and Energy for Food Grand Challenge. So we've gone from sort of a small scale open innovation program in the Mombasa Plastics Prize to a large grand challenge. You can see some of our key performance indicators. Essentially, the Water and Energy for Food Challenge was designed to get farmers to produce more food using less water and less energy. So you can see here a number of key indicators. We didn't go at this alone. We went at it with a number of key partners and collaborators and co-funders. So you can see sort of the breadth of our open innovation programming here and some of the impact that it can have. Again, we can't go at this alone. Let's go to the next slide, please. A little bit about our science and research efforts. So essentially, so much of our work is really focused on building that capacity within higher education institutions so that they can continue to advance high quality research for development around the world. We do this, as I mentioned, investing in individual institutions, in individual researchers, and in consortia of research, consortia of institutions, excuse me. You'll have to pardon me, it's almost 1 a.m. here in the DC area. Let's go to the next slide. One example of some of the work coming out of our research university, sometimes it can be fairly basic research, sometimes it's very much on the cutting edge. In the Peruvian Amazon, we saw a few examples of deforestation that was impacting biodiversity. We had a number of researchers who had some access to high technology, some significant technology, including drones and satellite imagery, and they really deployed that to help us monitor deforestation with both the satellite imagery and the GIS, and frankly, working with local institutions to make sure that they had that expertise and access to that technology so that they could continue to do the work after the period of performance. Let's go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about our technology work. So as I mentioned earlier, our focus from our technology division is really around a rights-respecting digital ecosystem. Of course, I'm connecting with you today through technology, and so many of you will have these devices in your hands. It has just become ubiquitous with our way of life. So we've had to really, our team has grown from what was essentially a mobile money program to now a team that includes cybersecurity and digital inclusion and digital societies, a team that focuses on e-government, a team that focuses on emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, which seems to be everywhere these days, to a team that focuses on the implementation of our digital strategy and digital policy now, to finally our Geo Center, which helps us integrate GIS technologies into our decision making, as I mentioned earlier. Let's go to the next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide and skip the video, actually? Oop. So as I mentioned, we do think about much of our digital engagement in terms of an ecosystem. That is much of our framing here, that this isn't necessarily about one single technology, but this exists in a safe, rights-respecting, inclusive digital ecosystem. So you can see some of the attributes here, and I'm certainly happy to follow up in more detail later. Let's go to the next slide. So one of the case studies that I'd like to talk about a little bit today is a tool that sort of we have invested in with our partners in Ukraine, the Ukrainian government, and a number of private sector partners. And it was the development of the DIA app. And I would urge you in the audience today to do a Google search and check out the DIA app. It's really incredibly impressive. And what started off as an investment around digitizing many of the transactions of the Ukrainian government has turned into a tool that over 20 million Ukrainians now use to do everything from basically getting a driver's license, to paying their taxes, to opening a business, to accessing vital information from the Ukrainian government in a time of war. For those Ukrainians who have had to flee their countries, they now have access to their digital records on their mobile phone. And that has frankly become a lifesaver for them. Let's move on to the next slide. I must add, actually, on that previous one on the DIA app, this is a true collaboration between governments and the private sector and foundation as well. So a very exciting example of that public-private partnership, excuse me. A few more examples from our technology division. I mentioned our Geo Center. One of the ways our Geo Center has looked to reach youth is through our Youth Mappers program. These are students at universities around the world who basically use publicly accessible digital map data, and using their cell phones help us gather data that is then uploaded into OpenStreetMaps that can be used in times of crisis, that can be used for other climate-focused efforts. And it's just a great way to engage young people around the world. There's currently over 3,000 students participating in this Youth Mappers program around the world. Let's go to the next slide. And then I also want to talk a little bit about this additional program that has actually started from a university partnership between Kansas State University in the United States and Makerere University in Uganda. And essentially, they have deployed artificial intelligence and gotten it into the hands of farmers who are able to use AI models to help detect crop disease. Now, again, that has implications for a farmer that may not know what's going on with a crop, but through the power of their mobile phone is able to say, this crop is diseased, we need to cut it down, or we need to isolate it, or you know what, it's actually just fine, it needs more water, less water, whatever the case may be. And we're using artificial intelligence actively to help increase those crop yields, increase the income of farmers. So just another way that we are seeing these interesting partnerships and exciting technologies deployed out in the field. Let's go to the next slide. So as with any tool, there is promise and there is peril. So of course, technology has now become ubiquitous and it gives us an opportunity to reach millions within seconds. That reach is incredibly impressive. The scalability is something that shows a tremendous amount of promise. And as the price of technology continues to come down, it really gives us an opportunity to reach more people. But the downside of that is, of course, the cybersecurity risks. This has become ubiquitous now that we are thinking a lot about cyber hygiene and digital hygiene and making sure that folks have that literacy to engage in this new world. Of course, there are governance threats around the world. And the fragmented ecosystems where folks may frankly things may fall through the cracks if we don't sort of have seamless connectivity. And then finally, we think a lot about how do we mitigate these risks. So I mentioned the digital literacy around cybersecurity principles, starting with young learners to our grandparents who are now more and more connected to the world through the mobile phones in their hands. But we're also working with partner governments to make sure that their critical infrastructure, from hospitals and medical clinics to power plants and water control systems, that this critical infrastructure is also secure. And all of this is done with a compass of focusing on a rights-respecting digital ecosystem. So let's go to the next slide. So again, I'm not going to harp too much on the cybersecurity piece, just in the interest of time. I know I need to wrap up, but some of you may not know, but in 2022, nearly 50% of global NGOs reported a cybersecurity breach. That is a staggering number. So more and more agencies like USAID, we're certainly proud to be leading into this. We are providing cybersecurity capacity building for many of our partners and many of our partner countries, many of our implementing partners. It's just an incredibly important way that we have to do business going forward. We expect folks to lean into digital technologies for efficiency, for reach, for accuracy. But we've got to think about the cybersecurity piece from day one. Let's go to the next slide. Now, I'll wrap up with this. The future of innovation and development, I think, is a really exciting one. And there is an imperative here because at the end of the day, we have got to use our scarce resources to reach more. Perhaps there was a time where we would think about reaching thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. We have to look for solutions that are going to scale to reach millions. We are seeing increased climate change, wildfires, destructive wildfires in every part of the planet, diseases that spread very quickly. We saw this with COVID and how the world shut down. So we have to think in innovative ways, ways that we are going to harness new solutions from solvers from around the world, and frankly, think about the opportunity to scale from the beginning. And then finally, who our partners are going to be so that we're not going at this alone, because no one organization is going to be able to tackle some of these very significant, very complex, very complicated, and very sticky global challenges. So let's go to the next slide, and I think that's it for me. Yeah. Thank you all so much. I look forward to Q&A.
Right. Thank you for the great presentation. We learned a lot how USAID promotes grassroots investment, innovation. And the last speaker is Darren Kojama at Green Climate Fund. He is the Senior Strategic Relations Lead in the Division of External Affairs. He supports the fund outreach to multilateral forums, platforms, and initiatives including the G20, B20, World Economic Forum, and he also worked at the Global Green Growth Institute prior to GCF. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Lee. That's true. I've spent a lot of time here in Korea already. I think I'm entering into my 9th year. And with that, I would like to thank, on behalf of GCF, KOICA for the invitation, as well as MOFA for the invitation to speak here today. It's really encouraging, a lot of the discussion that we've heard already this morning, as well as the presentations that we've heard from the other speakers. A lot of the framing to date has, in what we've seen, particularly in this session, has really focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'll be speaking today about the Green Climate Fund and our very laser focus on how it is that we're approaching supporting developing country partners in achieving their ambitions on climate. So there's a shrinking window of opportunity to address the climate crisis. Average global temperature is currently estimated to be already 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times. And based on trends, the world could cross the 1.5 degree barrier that was set as one of the goals of the Paris Agreement within the next 20 years, and even the 2 degree Celsius increase by the end of the century. So limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees is narrowly possible, and it will be the outcome will be determined by the investment decisions that are made over this next decade. This chart shows warming projections based on different measures. So with current policies presently in place around the world, are projected to result in about a 2.7 degree warming above pre-industrial levels. If nationally determined contributions alone will limit warming to, if they are enforced, will limit warming to only 2.5 degrees. Even under the most optimistic assumptions that governments will achieve these targets, the median warming estimate is only limited to a level of about 1.8 degrees. There does remain a substantial gap between what governments have promised to do and the total level of action that has been undertaken to date. So on this next slide, what we're presenting is the global climate finance that has been mobilized recently. So what you can see is that $1.3 trillion had been mobilized annually between 2021 and 2022 on average. And that's compared to only $653 billion in 2019-2020. So that appears to be a large or a huge substantial growth in the amount of financing that's going towards climate. But the growth is not sufficient nor consistent across sectors and regions. Adaptation finance continues to lag. And private sector finance is growing, but it's not yet at the rate or the scale that's required. If you look at the latest global landscape of climate finance report that's published annually by the Climate Policy Initiative, slightly different from what we heard from Convergence around SDGs, they measure the cost of inaction as well as monitoring all of the flows of climate finance that is being mobilized. And what they've calculated is the cost of inaction today grossly dwarfs the cost of action if we were to actually make investments immediately. Although annual climate investment needs are large, the amount required is a fraction of the estimated losses that are likely to be incurred if we continue in business as usual. Ambitious climate action requires innovation, such as accelerating the adoption of existing climate technologies and business models, as well as the development of new technologies and new business solutions. Innovations in policy, culture, institutions, science, technology, management, and finance are all needed if we are to get back on track. Several transformative climate innovations have occurred in the space, which have kept the window of opportunity open to avoid the most catastrophic impacts that we could see from climate change. However, there are still barriers that make climate innovation challenging, particularly in developing countries. These barriers exist at all phases of innovation, and what they do is they translate into, as Ritesh had mentioned, a much higher hurdle rate for entrepreneurs and financiers who will require much higher expected returns before investing their time and personal equity. So at present, these higher financing costs are negatively affecting the attractiveness of technological and infrastructure investments into climate. In addition, there's a heightened risk perception, sometimes not merited, surrounding climate investments, particularly in developing countries. So the big question that we're all here to address is, how can we overcome these barriers to accelerate the scale-up of innovation? And how can we scale the quality and quantity of climate finance needed? So I'd like to focus on 4 pillars or priorities that are outlined on this slide in order to catalyze climate innovation. I'll describe each of these in the following slides, and I'll give some examples or case studies with each. The first is creating or establishing an enabling environment for climate action. The second is catalyzing innovation, so i.e. more investments that are needed to be made into new technologies, new business models, and new practices. The third, as we again heard very helpfully in the illustration that was provided by Ritesh, de-risking investments by using blended finance instruments to make first mover investments into climate solutions. And the last, and we've heard this from both of the prior presenters in this session, greening the financial sector, which is also key. So working together with the public and private sectors, they all have a critical role to play in overcoming these barriers and closing the finance gap. This is the heart of what we work at the Green Climate Fund. GCF is what's called an operating entity of the finance mechanism of the UNFCCC, and we serve the Paris Agreement. GCF was established as a pivotal part of the global climate architecture, tasked with channeling finance from developed countries to developing nations in order to help realize the climate ambitions identified by developing countries. We achieve our goal by investing across 4 transition areas: the built environment, energy and industry, human security, livelihoods and well-being, and land use, forests, and ecosystems. Since 2019, GCF's portfolio has grown very rapidly. Since in 2019, our portfolio of our own investment using our own capital stood at 5.1 billion, and today that's over 15 billion of our own capital. Together with co-financing that we've managed to mobilize, this has built a portfolio that stands at potentially $58.7 billion of assets under management. Not bad for a small shop in Songdo that's only been in business since 2015. In our current programming period, we do 4-year programming periods, so our current period's from 2024 to, from 2024 to, oh no, let's go back. There we go. From 2024 to 2027, GCF is aiming to deliver even greater impact, greater leverage ratios with the capital that's been invested into us. In our first 2 rounds of replenishment or resource mobilization for 4-year periods, we managed to mobilize around $10 billion, but for our current period, it's $13 billion. We do 3 board meetings per year, so that works out to roughly $1 billion per board meeting that GCF is actually allocating of its own capital into investments. Korea has made a remarkable transition from being a recipient to a recipient of development cooperation to becoming a provider of it. Korea is one of the top contributors to GCF. It doubled its contribution from 2015 to 2019 from $100 million up to $200 million. And in our most recent resource mobilization round, they increased that again by 50% up to $300 million. So to remind everyone that in the 1992 UNFCCC agreement, Korea was categorized as a developing country and could technically be a recipient of GCF investment as well. So it's a remarkable feat for them to be a contributor rather than a recipient. Coming back to the 4 pillars, of climate innovation, I'll go through them one by one, and I'll offer some examples for each. The first pillar involves creating an enabling environment for climate action through supporting integrated climate strategies and policies. Transformational planning and programming is achievable by promoting integrated strategies, planning, and policy making to maximize the co-benefits between mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable development. So according to some estimates, integrated energy, water, urban, and transport infrastructure could actually reduce the total infrastructure needs, the cost by 40%. So by way of example, I'll point towards GCF's Readiness and Preparatory Support Program, which some of you may be familiar with. It is the world's largest source of climate capacity building grants. It supports climate investment planning, origination, and implementation so that developing countries are able to translate their climate ambitions into increasing the flows of impactful investments that are taking place in their country. The Readiness Program has so far allocated $630 million of investments through 800 grants, and that supports over 142 countries to date. The second work stream involves accelerating climate innovation through investments in new and innovative technologies. I think some of them, some innovative technologies that might come to mind would be presented by USAID. Really new things that have never been deployed previously or have been created but only deployed in developed countries and never actually been installed in a developing country context. So accelerating climate innovation through investments in new and innovative technologies, but also through business models, through financial instruments, and through practices. It supports accelerators and incubators, providing early stage financing to climate innovators to pilot new climate solutions. And the example that I'll provide is a project investment that's called the Collaborative R&D Program for promoting the innovation of climate technopreneurship, which is actually being implemented by the Korea Development Bank and GCF. It's a good project that aims to enable joint ventures and technology transfer between local entrepreneurs and global climate technology innovators. Many of the countries in Southeast Asia are among the most vulnerable to climate change, and yet some of the countries in the region also have the most carbon-intensive growth. To achieve low-emission climate resilient growth, these countries not only need climate technology transfer, but they also need regional ecosystems for climate technology incubation and acceleration. However, Southeast Asian economies are currently, the networks that they have locally are very nascent to be able to provide this sort of support. This program will create an incubation and acceleration platform to support and improve local ecosystems for climate technology and low emission and climate resilient development, which are fit for purpose and which are also local market and appropriate for local markets and social conditions. The platform will also enable joint ventures and technology transfer where appropriate between local entrepreneurs and global climate technology innovators. These objectives will be achieved through a $200 million fund that will crowd in private capital, which will be complemented by technical assistance activities. The technical assistance will build regional and domestic capacity for climate technologies, as well as provide enabling policy support. The Climate Technopreneurship Fund, which will be created under the program, will also invest into likely about 40 different portfolio companies from the region itself. The investment in this climate technology and business of the portfolio companies are expected to ultimately reach around 2.3 million beneficiaries. The third pillar which I'll talk about is probably what the Green Climate Fund is most famous for. It's for de-risking and mobilizing finance at scale. So this is utility scale, large giga-sized projects. It involves de-risking investments to mobilize finance at scale by using scarce public resources to improve the risk-reward profile that Ritesh had outlined for low emission and climate resilient investment and crowd in private sector investment, notably for adaptation, for nature-based solutions, and least developed countries and small island developing states. With an investment of $100 million from GCF, there's a project which is listed here that's called Climate Investor One, some call it CIO, that was developed together with FMO in 2018. And it was a project finance facility that provided first loss equity to fund renewable energy investments. The 18 countries in this initiative are identified by experiencing sizable energy deficits while also being overly reliant on fossil fuels. A major constraint in clean energy investment is the lack of early stage project financing combined with insufficient domestic and overseas financing to support the creation of domestic renewable energy markets at scale. So Climate Investor One is a blended finance facility. Its first component of the program was to create a development fund, which provides loans to in the early stage of a project life cycle. The second component is a construction equity fund, which will meet up to 75% of the total construction costs in tandem with project sponsors. And the costs, compared with conventional project financing, Climate Investor One removes the need for complex multi-party financing structures, with the potential to thereby reduce the time and the cost associated with delivering renewable energy projects. This was followed by Climate Investor 2, which was launched in 2022, which provides funding for climate resilient infrastructure underpinned by a $145 million investment by GCF. That fund aims to support private sector to develop and construct climate resilient infrastructure projects in developing countries in the water, sanitation, and ocean sectors, areas which typically do not attract interest from private investors. And the fourth and final work stream involves greening the financial sector by strengthening national financial institutions to drive the adoption of novel climate solutions. These institutions can play a critical role in driving climate transformation, which is why the Green Climate Fund is supporting them to mainstream climate risks across their investment decision-making processes. Through providing these institutions with dedicated credit lines and/or supporting the issuance of green bonds to access capital markets, it will enable the financing and widespread adoption of commercially proven new climate solutions. This will also ensure wider finance flows can be aligned with low-emission climate resilient development. So the project example that's listed here has a very long name and an awful acronym, but it's the Tanzania Agriculture Climate Adaptation Technology Development Program. It's a fantastic program. This is an example of how GCF is working with national development banks to support them in greening their own domestic financial sector. This program with CRDB Bank is providing agriculture adaptation loans to primarily smallholder and MSMEs, and GCF is providing concessional loans, guarantees, and grants to support the development of climate insurance products in the local market. The project will also strengthen awareness to climate threats and risk reduction processes among government, industry actors, and the financial sector. So in the presentation by the colleague from USAID talking about early warning systems, it would be that kind of technology which would be deployed in order to be integrated into financial mechanisms and financial products. So this will be achieved by establishing a lending and de-risking facility that will make technologies affordable to local farmers and agricultural enterprises, accompanied by technical assistance and support from government authorities. So I wanted to highlight that climate and development goals need to be treated as mutually reinforcing and integrated pathways. These two goals are strongly interconnected. The pursuit of low emission and climate resilient development provides multiple opportunities to deliver co-benefits. And what we're seeing more recently at GCF is a broadening of the partners who we're actually engaging with. We're going beyond people who you would typically think of when you think of climate, so energy companies or integrated agricultural providers. And we're talking to education agencies, we're talking to health agencies about how they're integrating climate into everything that they do. So how can and should ODA be used to fund climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts? Climate and environment impacts must be considered in all ODA spending. That's our message, including in sectors not traditionally associated with climate and environment. Transitioning to low emission and climate resilient pathways will require fundamentally overhauling how governments, how businesses, and how societies operate. And together we can remove barriers to investment in climate change adaptation and mitigation, close that financing gap, and work to deliver the paradigm shift needed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I think the last message, raising ambition and empowering action, so powerful. I think the first session was more about raising ambition, and our session is more about action, right? And we have focused on the role of finance and innovation. And there are so many questions. And because the first and third speakers, they talked about finance, I think I can give questions to maybe both. Even though they designated the speaker, I think that applies to both of you. So, so many questions. All right, so the question goes, could you please elaborate on how leverage is typically achieved in the blended finance deals, particularly in developing countries where access to commercial capital is limited? So, and you mentioned that not all parties in blended finance deal need to have development intent. Could you please provide examples of how purely commercial interests can be aligned with sustainable development goals through blended finance?
Yeah, I think the whole concept of leverage ratios is around, it's quite clear, right, that there's a clear market failure, right? And by market failure, what we are trying to say is that the commercial finance is not flowing in that area. Now, there could be multiple reasons why commercial finance is not going in a specific area. It could be because of a very high level of perceived risk. It could be because maybe there are real risks which are also underlying and there is not enough data which kind of gives us a clear indication on where to price that risk for. So what essentially the concessional capital is doing, which is the development funding as per my slide, which normally comes from ODA funders and philanthropic organizations. The whole point of concessional funding is that it just cushions that uncertainty which a private sector cannot take, right, on its balance sheet, because it has fiduciary responsibility, because it has a certain mandate, because it has certain KPIs to fulfill. And the whole point is that because of that cushioning, now they say that they are able to start investing in an area where they are not going. So the whole point of blended finance is also, it should be viewed as a transition tool. It should be operating on the concept of what we call it as minimum concessionality. That means that you should be able to provide, number one, additionality. That means, you should not use blended finance in an area where there is already commercial financing which is flowing, right? So clearly there has to be an established market failure, and then and that's how the leverage ratios get established, right? Because what you're trying to do is that you're using this pot of money which is coming from development funding, which gives the cushion, and now the mainstream private sector capital, which we know is in trillions, is able to pump that money, invest money into that project, which ideally they wouldn't have if that cushion wasn't there. So I think that's what essentially how the leverage is kind of achieved. I just want to highlight that there was a point made that private sector may not come with a development lens. That's true, because that's not their objective. Their main KPI is not focusing on development. Their main KPI is to make sure that they are earning profits and they are meeting their objectives. But I think increasingly, we do have to recognize that regulators all around the world are putting a lot of policies, taxonomies, and regulations also in place, where now private sector are getting increasingly obliged to also focus on SDGs and how they are going to link their business models to the long-term transition, but also the NDCs which are declared at a country level. So I think there is a lot of evolving space which is working in that direction, and I think maybe the intent will change over a period of time eventually.
There.
So wonderful response. I can't add much to that, other than to say that what we find in being able to achieve leverage in a project is oftentimes that there is a misperception of risk. So if you take a technology or if you take a business model which has been applied and has worked in certain markets but never been applied in a developing country context, in a particular geography, in a particular legal system, that there is a misperception, oftentimes a misperception of what that risk is. At GCF, we do work together. We have a private sector facility, so we invest into, at the moment, our portfolio is 61 out of our 250 projects are together with private sector partners, which is a third of our portfolio by dollar value. It's about just a little over $5 billion. And what we typically use GCF capital for, if you go back to the slide that Ritesh had presented around what that efficient frontier of where a pure commercial investor would be interested, everything above that line that would satisfy their risk-reward profile. Once you transgress that, once you cross over into something that's either too risky or too low return, the way that we use GCF's capital to blend into an investment with private sector is rather than amplifying the return by simply becoming another LP and juicing up the total size of the investment, that we would try to structure and layer GCF's investment either through taking a first loss position in an equity investment or in structuring how we do the capital stack of where we would stand to be the first to lose in a debt structure in order to de-risk the investment first. So we're not looking to amplify returns, we're looking to de-risk in order to bring it to the left on that chart, reducing the risk profile or the perception of risk from the investors. What we're trying to then achieve is, if the project ultimately is successful because there was a misperception of risk, it's our job after that project has been successful to really, go up to the top floor and scream from the rooftops that this works. The market had misperceived this risk. And by putting GCF's capital at risk for a small amount of time, and being able to bring that back and recycle that funding afterwards if the investment doesn't fail, that we want to telegraph to the global markets and capital markets that they should then be stepping in order to blend in the absence of GCF investment. Another few things I'll say is, one thing that was again captured in Ritesh's slides is 17 of those developing countries have no credit rating whatsoever. So how do you judge what the risk would be of making an investment or blending into a capital stack in one of those 17 countries? This is a really difficult challenge that many of those 17 countries have approached GCF to sort of ask, how is it that we could work together with you and together with a partner in order to find a way to establish a credit rating of the sovereign? In addition to that, GCF has incredible flexibility in the instruments that we're able to deploy. So in order to achieve leverage with other multilateral sources of concessional finance, they would typically have portfolio concentration metrics. Around 80% of their portfolio must be a loan, it must be debt that it must issue, and it has to have a certain credit quality. At GCF, we don't have such concentration metrics. We can use equity investments, we can issue guarantees, we can issue grants as well as doing loans. And so by using GCF's flexibility, we can use our capital in the most efficient way in order to unlock that leverage that we're looking to achieve. On ensuring that private sector players are aligned with global goals, I think what we're seeing with TCFD and with a number of global sets of regulations, most of which have already been adopted and incorporated into developing markets, is a very common phrase that's used for fiduciary responsibility is when they assess an investment, they must be reading information from an issuer, from someone who's issuing a bond or issuing an equity, which is offering full, true, and plain disclosure. And until recently, the interpretation by courts of what that included did not include climate information. Well, now that climate information must be incorporated into an investor's assessment, into their analysis of what it is that they're going to buy. So by virtue of the adoption of all of these new ESG ratings and measurements that are being issued, this will become global best practice, and all investors will need to incorporate climate risks as well as climate returns into the way that they're actually building their own portfolios. GCF does support a little bit of this in developing countries who are looking to adopt, how France is doing things, or how America, or how TCFD works, or TNFD. They're trying to incorporate that into their local regulations, and we provide those readiness grants to be able to afford them to write those policies and regulations. We're not a standard-setting organization ourselves.
Great. The next question, which is on the screen. I think this is for all, but I think Mr. Abdelkader can answer the best. The question goes, there are many challenges for these innovative models in LDCs or fragile states. What are the challenges in LDCs or fragile state context, and how can they be overcome to benefit from those innovative models of development?
Thank you so much for that question, Dr. Lee. I think, one, it's a very broad question, so I'll start maybe answering it in a few pieces because I was looking at some of the questions in the chat box. I think, broadly speaking, from a development perspective, I talked quite a bit on a number of occasions about the importance of not going at this alone. We've heard a little bit about the benefits of blended finance and bringing in local partners, bringing in the private sector, bringing in foundations. The reality is that the problems in the world are enormous, and they require seemingly infinite amounts of resources that often don't exist, and certainly sometimes don't exist in lower and middle income countries. So what we have to do is get smarter about de-risking to make potentially these investments more viable for private sector partners to enter in and see it as a viable investment, a sustained investment, one that's going to better people's lives. From a problem-solving perspective, we have to bring in local partners who understand the problems, who are close to the problems, and support them in whatever way that we can, whether it's through financing, through technical support, through support on policies and making the ecosystem better for innovators or researchers to allow their ideas to flourish. So as a development agency, we work with our partners in a number of ways to bring about this kind of change. I'll step back because I did see a number of questions from the audience specifically around artificial intelligence in this context of low and middle income countries. And if I may, just to address sort of that side of the innovation coin, because it's on a lot of people's minds, and how sometimes these new and emerging technologies are going to play out in this space. And I think, artificial intelligence is like any other tool. You can use a hammer for good, you can build a home, but you can use it for harm. You can hit someone with it and cause a tremendous amount of damage. This is a very powerful and new and emerging technology. And at USAID, we are both leaning into trying to figure out the appropriate sort of guardrails and safeguards around any technology, not just artificial intelligence, but also trying to deploy it for good in scenarios where it can drive access, it can help us make sense of large data sets, it can help us make better decisions. So I'll give you a few examples. We have successfully deployed artificial intelligence in rural parts of India and in Nigeria to help detect tuberculosis. For those who may not have access to a physician, individuals would literally cough into a mobile phone, and using bioacoustics, the model wouldn't necessarily diagnose and say that you are ill, but it would say, you probably need to go see a doctor, or that just sounds like a cold. So using powerful AI models in a very accessible tool, such as a mobile phone, we're able to help sort of detect earlier on, sort of in the gestation of the illness. And that makes a difference in people's lives, that makes a difference in the local economy, that makes a difference in sort of the local health scene. We've also used artificial intelligence in the Amazon basin to help detect illegal deforestation that not only impacts livelihoods, but also impacts the air that we all breathe. Illegal logging and practices of sort are devastating. We've worked with some local partners to set up essentially listening devices on trees that are not only listening for local biodiversity, to identify new species of birds, of mammals, but also literally listening to the sounds of chainsaws and alerting park rangers to come to a particular area, because they certainly can't cover the entire landmass of the Amazon. There are a number of these types of deployments of technology that are being used for development, that are being used to help advance sort of our climate-related sustainable development goals. And we're going to continue to lean into them as a development agency, because we know we have to use every tool at our disposal to continue to try to make progress. But I'll also share, look, this is a year where 75% of the world is going to the polls. This is a big year of elections around the world, and we have already seen several examples where a tool like artificial intelligence is being used to disrupt those elections and disrupt the world order. Some of you may be familiar with a recent example from Moldova, where a deepfake came out about their president. It was a complete fake, and it was intended to upend the election. So we're certainly watching those types of developments and how the technology is being used for ill. That's one hand on a presidential election, but also on the other side with gender-based violence. So we are working with many of our partner countries to think about, what do the safeguards look like? What role do we have to play with nudging private sector companies to think about those safeguards, the various platforms? So all of that factors in. There was a question I will also add on this use of sort of technology and innovations with regards to job loss and job displacement. And yes, it will certainly displace some jobs, but it will also create many, many more. And as an educator at heart, I also think there is a role for governments to play in helping to facilitate the retraining of those who may be displaced, their jobs may be displaced by artificial intelligence. I will also add that many others are leaning into it and saying, artificial intelligence is going to be our way to leapfrog and have advancements. So I don't see it as a binary. I see it as a whole spectrum of opportunities and approaches and risks and benefits. It's not a binary, and I won't want to sort of discourage folks from seeing it that way. There are a whole host of dangers and opportunities, and frankly, we're trying to figure out the best paths forward that are still rights respecting. That is our compass, and that's how we want to approach this.
All right, thank you for the answer. And we have only 3 minutes. And this question actually touches on a very fundamental thing, which is in advanced countries, population is aging and decreasing, because we're talking about the future generation. In the future, donor countries will have much less population who can support ODA or other kind of cooperation with much less degree. And developing countries will still have increasing population. So how does that demographic dynamics affect the future of development cooperation? This question goes to all. Any one of you can answer this question.
I can give it a try. And I think, of course, that's an important topic. And of course, we've seen, when it comes to even, when there are these conflicts that we see around the world, the ODA funding also kind of gets diverted to that and doesn't focus, and for the right reasons, right? I think one important area which we believe is going to be very critical is also the angle of, and this is also touching upon your part which you mentioned, on creating a more enabling environment for within the country itself on local mobilization, as we call it. Many countries, if you see in the developing world, sit on very decent saving rates, decent liquidity, have strong banking systems. And if they really look internally in their policies and regulations, there could be some interesting enabling levers which they could put, which would mean that would put less pressure on many ODA funders as well to fund development in specific developing countries. But of course, this is not relevant to countries which are very low income in nature, but especially middle income countries sitting over 3,000 GDP per capita. I think there's clearly an opportunity to look at that lens and also empower those local countries to drive their own fate and mobilization internally rather than waiting for cross-border money to flow in it.
Maybe just to add quickly that it's an interesting driver that you're trying to identify with the question, that is the demographic trend in the developed world that you see as potentially causing jeopardy in resources that might become available. Nothing specifically about the Green Climate Fund, but just the conversations that we're privy to and the involvement that we have in multilateral processes. Next June in Seville, in Spain, there's going to be the FFD4 conference, which is happening, Financing for Development, which is another multilateral, very important process. And a lot of the discussion in the early preparatory process for that is around identifying alternative sources. So not relying on sovereign budgets to be able to afford investment through ODA, but how is it that ODA can be blended together with these alternative sources? So these are things like taxes on billionaires, taxes on aviation, taxes on international shipping, as well as international financial transaction taxes. These are all areas that have been discussed for 20, 30 years, but have never materialized. And I think now they're coming to the fore, and a lot of discussions around maybe we should consider how these could be integrated into affording these very these really important global goals to achieve them.
I think now we have to wrap up, but I think we can still hear a brief response from Mohammed. Yes.
Thank you much, Dr. Lee. I'll keep my comment just really brief. I'll take maybe the question from a slightly different angle. I think you mentioned changing demographics around the world, and as someone who's an educator at heart, I think I'm always heartened to see the creativity of the youth around the world and their ability to navigate this new digital world that we live in, their ability to mobilize, to connect, to have a voice around the issues that they care about. I know much of the ODA conference has focused on the importance of climate change. So I'm certainly encouraged by that, and I hope that more young people continue to share how they feel, their desire to live in a world with clean air, clean water, and a sustainable planet that they can live on and raise their children in, first and foremost. I hope that more policymakers will continue to listen to those voices. And frankly, we live in an era of unprecedented technological advancement where the cost of renewable energies, the cost of being able to actually deploy some of these technologies is more and more accessible, and not just in the global north, but in the global south. And we have to do this in partnership. I hope our policymakers will continue to recognize that the air that we breathe is shared. It doesn't see any borders. When there is a crisis, it affects us all. So I just do hope that we continue to work together to address some of these challenges that impact all of us and will impact future generations. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate the insight. So many thanks to all speakers. I think now we are ready to close the session, right?
Yes, thank you, moderator and speakers, for the engaging and inspiring presentation. Your expertise and thoughtful contributions added a tremendous value to our conference. Thank you once again. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 30-minute break to cool things off a bit. Refreshments and beverages are prepared outside of the lobby, so please do enjoy. And please return back at 3:30 p.m., so please enjoy. And we're currently conducting a satisfaction survey, and we would love to hear from you. To those of you who hand in your survey and get selected, we are handing out a coffee coupon as a token of appreciation. So your feedback is deeply valued. Thank you once again, and enjoy your break. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed on with the last session, session 3 of the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference. Now, for session 3, we'll be exploring on hopes and challenges from the perspective of future generation. And our moderator for this session is Professor Kyung-yeol Park from KOICA. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator and speakers with a big hand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. 반갑습니다. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this wonderful session titled Hopes and Challenges from the Perspective of Future Generations. My name is Park Kyung-yeol. I'm a faculty member of KOICA. I'll be your moderator for this session today. Indeed, over the past years, actually, we have been experiencing the massive challenges in the field of global sustainable development corporations. So huge respects actually goes to the frontline workers and also development practitioners battling the global pandemic and also the economic downturn. So the youth and also young talents also greatly contributed to this recovery process. So that actually lays the foundations for today's discussion about the role of future generations. And we try to share some of the best practices and lessons from each other. So in this session, we particularly focuses on 3 things. First, opportunities and challenges, in the future generations in the global sustainable development corporation field. And we try to learn from hands-on experiences from the field, from each tremendous speakers. And finally, we also try to conceptualize who are the future generations. You're talking about people in the marginalized group in the context of developing country, or youth or young talents who wants to build your own career in the field of international development. So with that, also we try to identify the key knowledge and preparations for the career development in the field of global sustainable development. So I'm really, really excited to have a wonderful group of distinguished speakers today. So we have very good mixture of the panelists with us today. So thank you very much for your participation once again. So let me just briefly explain. From right next to me, Mr. Kenneth Mahoney, originally from Zimbabwe, and currently working in Mauritius. And Wishama Badaste from Rwanda. And last but not least, Juno Park, who is originally from Korea, but currently working in Kinshasa from DRC. So we could learn from the perspective of partners countries, maybe from both of you, and then we could also hear some insights from the perspective of international organization as an expert. So before we begin, let me give you a brief introduction to our session. So I'm going to give a 12 up to the 15 maximum minutes presentations for each panelist, and also we try to just continue our discussion for another 15 minutes of panel discussion, and then we try to open up the floor for the Q&A sessions altogether. So without further delay, so let me start with Mr. Kenneth Mahoney. Kenneth is a PhD candidate in economics in University of Mauritius, originally from Zimbabwe. Kenneth has extensive experiences in policymaking in small enterprises and large corporates in Zimbabwe. He also co-authored the book on the African innovation and political economy. So he also studied in Aju University in Korea. So please welcome Kenneth Mahoney. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the introduction. So basically, I'll present on future generations, whereby the main motivation is really to bring out the issues which are of concern in as much as future generations is concerned. So basically, the kind of future generations the focus of my presentation is basically future generations with respect to Africa as a partner country to South Korea there. Okay, so a brief snapshot of my presentation there. I'll just look at the background right up to the conclusion, as you can see there. Basically, you will see that over the years, Korea has been engaging many countries, developing partners in different dimensions, trying to also assist, given its story there. So I just tried to have a look at some of the partner countries which Korea, has been helping throughout the years. As you can see there, we have a cohort from Asia as well as Commonwealth independent states. Then we also have a group of countries from Africa as well as Latin America there. So I'm sure possibly we may have even more, but in as far as what I came across, those are some of the partner countries Korea is working with. So for this particular presentation, my focus was basically on the future generations in Africa there, whereby what is most important is to know then that really what are the issues in as far as future generations in Africa is concerned there. So we go on to the next session there. So what is important is also to appreciate the kind of, future generations. Who are they? What are their characteristics? It's also good to have that kind of background. This is what I'm showing on this slide. So you'll find that a very important characteristic, in as much as future generations in Africa is concerned, is the fact that Africa is composed of a very young population. Averagely, you'll see that the median population ranges from 15 to 35 years. So Africa is what we call a youth challenge. In other words, it has a youthful problem, a youthful population. So out of it then comes quite a number of issues. So it's important that we take cognizance of that. Then just a quick rundown of some of key features or characteristics of this young generation. You find that for this generation, in most cases, they are actually tech savvy. They're actually very much conversant with technology. So it's a very interesting feature there in this generation. Then also, you'll find that with this generation, there is also a lot of creativity and dynamism, which they do have, which is also very important there. Then I gave a few examples, as you can see on the screen. This is just an example. For example, this is an example about Nigeria, which shows different startups in the country, Nigeria there. And the most defining feature of these startups is you find that in most cases, they are a product of young people. So that's a very important feature. So you can also find quite a number of examples also from other countries within the African context there of these young people we are talking of. Then you also find that with respect to Africa, young people, they are also, have an entrepreneurial mindset, as well as, there's that desire to save income. It's also very important. We also find it in this youthful generation. Then, fine, now that we know who these young people are, we also need to have an appreciation of the kind of context where these young people come from, as I'm presenting in this slide. So we'll find that for young people from Africa, from the different countries, as I've illustrated there, you find that in one way or the other, there are quite a number of challenges, as I've shown there. For example, conflict here and there. There are spots, regions where you can actually find conflict. Then there are also the challenge of poverty and inequalities. Then there's also the challenge of primary commodity dependence. You find that in most cases, for African countries, they come from natural resource-based economies, which are largely primary commodity dependent. And then lastly, you find that also there is vulnerability to extreme events. So those are, the major issues actually confounding partner countries. And then a bit of reflections. During my life, in Korea, during my study years, I think it's also important that I also share, I also reflect. So I will be sharing the specific experiences because I feel they are very, very relevant and they can also help quite a number of young people who are present in this platform. So one of the major highlights was the Korean history, Korean economic history. I think for me, the experience, about Korean economic history, it also helped to shape even my career academically in terms of, research and also to have a general interest in economic history. So that it's actually a very important highlight to me. Then also, we did have an opportunity, to get closer to, the life of Korea in terms of, different film productions which showcased the life of Koreans there. It was also very important there. Then there was a platform which I attended in Daegu in 2015, Global Cluster Conference. This was a very important platform which also helped to actually open my eyes into really, how Korea has been progressing over the years. And then one other important feature which I'm always grateful of is the kind of assistance which we were receiving or which I received during my study in Korea in terms of, the human resources, in terms of the general way in which, the whole KOICA program was structured. I really appreciated it. So it's also one of the major features. Okay, fine. From those highlights, what are the key takeaways? What are the key takeaways from the highlights which I have shared? Okay, so one of the most interesting things which I discovered is that for every development narrative of any economy, there is a beginning. I'm sure quite a number of us at this platform, we are aware of how Korea transformed from being, a donor recipient country to actually, to becoming also an aid giver there. So it's a very important lesson which I learned. Then also, the other interesting thing is I also found that there is no situation which is impossible. Why? If you check, like for example, at a time when Korea experienced the Korean War, I'm sure we are quite aware of that narrative. It was like they were starting from zero, they were starting from scratch, up until they transformed to the present Korea there. So it's also an important lesson there. And then the other lesson is the role of science and technology. From my observations, there is emphasis much on science and technology in Korea, and it has really helped them to actually transform into a big economy there. Then another point of reflection, which I also find important to share, is the issue of taking advantage of situations so as to excel. So you find that this can relate to individuals as well as economies. If you check the case of Korea, when they were transforming, they actually took advantage of some of the, global developments which are happening during their time, and they actually helped them to transform much better than And then also, I've just listed some of the achievements which I directly attribute to my partaking in KOICA programs. As you can see there, I have tried to achieve quite a number of accolades during my time here, during my study in Korea, and also after my life at Aju there. And then you can also see book publications. I've got a book which I published in 2020. And then my second book is coming before the end of this year. And then also on section 4.0 there, we just want to see how then to enhance the participation as well as knowledge and skills of future generations in addressing global challenges. So we have to take advantage of various platforms. For example, the social media is very important. You also talk of summits like the Korea Africa Summit. Also the issue of deepening of cooperation in terms of human development is also key in terms of trying to enhance participation of future generations there. And then some of the gains in as far as development cooperation is concerned there from, a view from partner countries. I think there's a lot which Korea has done and is still doing with respect to assisting partner countries there, as shown on the screen there. I won't go into detail. And then also, it's also important then how to sustain the gains. Most importantly, I'm looking at the challenges then in as far as trying to sustain those gains is concerned there. So the major challenge there is you'll find that for future generations of Africa, they do have their own expectations versus, let's say, the expectation of partner countries there. So the key then is how then to bridge the gap, how then to harmonize those different ideologies. So that's the main challenge there. And then it's also important to have what I call impact-related cooperation. Future generations in Africa at the moment, they are so much concerned about impact-related cooperation, which is basically that cooperation which enhances also, their livelihoods. It's no longer business as usual. As before, there is a lot which is now required in terms of their expectations. And then also, there's also an interesting part, whereby I talk of the Chinese model of engagement there with developing countries. I think one thing which we can appreciate is China is a big economy, China is a big country, and it has really impacted a lot in terms of its engagements, especially with a number of developing countries there. So I just tried to unpack two dimensions to it. The first one is what can Korea learn in terms of what to do? Then the second one is what can Korea learn in terms of what not to do with the view of engaging future generations of Africa there. So in terms of what to do, I think it's kind of clear there. There is a lot. I just listed some. Then also in terms of also what not to do, I think it's also clear there. I tried to list some. And then I think this one I'll just skip. Then to conclude, I think there is a lot in terms of expectations from partner countries there in terms of the future generations. There is a lot which they expect in terms of the kind of cooperation there. And then we also did touch in quite a number of in terms of quite a number of like gains which have been made from the different engagements. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Thank you. I think it's very impressive for you to have a sort of a long journey to implement your own kind of perspective and then your own lessons from the field and develop your own research questions and then try to just contribute in academia. So I think your experience is very unique. And also, I really like your conceptualization of the future generation in the African continents, the tech-savvy generation, because we have witnessed huge kind of progress in the ICT sector across the African continents in terms of broadband connectivity and then smartphone penetrations and also even M-Pesa type of mobile finance. But in order to actualize this kind of technology implementation, I think we also need to consider the different type of institutional setting for legal setting and then other education and then institutional type of setting, given this kind of global disruption in terms of global value chain in technology. So I think those issues also can be discussed by our second panelist, Mr. Wisema Bedaste from Rwanda. So Bedaste has been leading ICT for education and governance projects at Teacher Training College in Rwanda with over 12 years of experiences in the basic education sector. He also studied in Sungsil-daegakyo in Korea, so it's our alumni. So actually, whenever I go to the Kigali innovation cities, really it's amazing, how actually you could implement, this technology-driven development system. So I think you could also, share your own perspective from the Rwandan academia and also government. So let's give a round of big applause for our second speaker, Mr. Wisema Bedaste.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for the floor. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very grateful to the Republic of Korea for organizing this important event, and I'm very grateful for KOICA for inviting me to speak today. My presentation about hopes and challenges from the perspectives of future generation is going to take the route from 8 key points, as you can see them there. And the first one is development cooperation with KOICA. The development cooperation projects of KOICA with partner countries are numerous, but in many countries, including mine, Rwanda, KOICA is supporting in education sector, ICT, and agriculture. Allow me to concentrate my presentation on the education sector, as it appears that nation's progress will be unattainable if the quality of education doesn't improve. As you know, considering the case of the Republic of Korea, despite of recognized hard times, as my brother said, Korea experienced the colonial era in 1910 to 1945 by Japan, and there is a division of Korea in 1948, and there was a Korean War in 1950 to 1953, which became one of the broadest in human history, as it counted the loss of millions of lives in 3 years, with the destruction of infrastructure like manufacturing base, railways, and schools, which resulted to have more than 90 students per class in public schools. But the effort of the country's forward-thinking leaders tackled these challenges by doing all their best to get quality education, which transformed the Republic of Korea into industrialized and prosperous country, as you see. The Republic of Korea is now among the richest countries of the globe with the GDP around 35,000 US dollars from around 90 US dollars in 1961. The same to Korea in 1950 to 1953. Genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda in 1994 ravaged the country and caused the loss of over 1 million lives of Rwandans who were killed in 100 days. But the good leader reconstructed the country from surviving by donation in 1994 to GDP per capita around 1,060 in the end of this year 2024. Therefore, I submit myself and agree with Nelson Mandela that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. In fact, the quality of education is the main key for better preparation of future generations able to mitigate the challenges of this rapidly evolving world. To realize this invaluable initiative, education systems requires dedicated teachers committed to go extra miles to shape the future by using emerging technologies that has the potentials. To improve Rwandan education, various education development partners such as KOICA, JICA, etc. have joined the effort of the government by giving scholarship to Rwandans, even me, I got it, providing ICT facilities, funding and organizing different trainings and for in-service and pre-service educators. This joint event aims not only to address the challenges we have, but to meet the challenges of future generations. I'm going to focus on achievement of KADI as one of the projects in Rwanda, which started in 2019 and end up in 2024. This project started by training 127 ICT master trainers who helped in return to train 30 district education officers, 416 sector education inspectors, and over 29,000 in service secondary school teachers. It has also constructed 16 centers of excellence fully equipped with ICT equipment. Since the launch of this project, KADI, ICT in education capacity builders actively participated, and we have continued with KADI training activities from training of master trainers in 2019 to coordinating KADI training activities in different provinces. KADI master trainers have been trained by Korean experts like Dr. Aaron and Michelle Kang, with the Korean volunteers from different sectors who were in Rwanda. And this is one of 69 centers of excellence constructed by KADI project. As you see, that was at the inauguration day. Teachers nowadays are using this infrastructure to strengthen the skills of learners, as they have learned that fostering global collaboration and equipping future generation requires the use of ICTs, not only in our country, but everywhere in the world. The benefits or the fruits of KADI are now experienced in Rwanda. As you see, those are students from Rwanda from different schools, whereby they were enjoying the first Lego League in 2023 and 2024. Some of them have gone to Morocco and a competition about robotics, and others this year, 2024, have gone in USA at Texas, and they are performing well in science, technology, and engineering and math, which is STEM. What is about contribution of future generation to development of countries? I take references from Rwanda, my country. We have Rwanda Coding Academy, which is being supported even by KOICA. It has started in 2017, and graduates are contributing to rapid growth of Rwanda and innovation ecosystem. There is another one, which is Irembo, an e-government platform which enables online access and provision of government service in Rwanda. You can even access them wherever you are. There is another one that is known as Yapiri, founded by young Rwandans as the platform that can support innovative health solutions in Africa. Beyond of eight Millennium Development Goals and 17 SDGs, KOICA partners in Africa are implementing the Agenda 2063 with its 7 pillars, which are providing a blueprint to address critical and setting measurable targets that aim to provide the brighter future of the continent, where the main question is, which country do I need to me, to my children and grandchildren? There is also a political will to access to modern technology with the aim of improving efficiency and productivity in various sectors. There is aim to improve the research and development. There is aim to invest in education, and Africans needs to share knowledge and best practice with other nations to enhance the effectiveness of development programs. There is another will, which is international cooperation to look for technical expertise and funding and other supports. Those are like opportunities or hopes for the future generation in Africa, including my country, Rwanda. But there are challenges. Though there are will and there are those hopes, still we have or we are experiencing some challenges. The first one is unemployment and underemployment for many youth or young generations from partner countries, not only in Africa, but in other developing countries. The second challenge is the limited access to quality education because of overcrowded schools, lack of sufficient infrastructures. We are still experiencing limited quality of education. And the other one, as the challenge, is limited infrastructure for sustainable practices. There are many projects which are implementing or which are doing better things in Africa, but the lack of infrastructures to sustain this, the skills acquired, it is somehow a problem. The other challenge we are experiencing is political instability and conflict. That is another challenge from developing countries or from KOICA partner countries, especially in Africa. Though there are challenges, but there are some experiences or reasons learned from experience we have in partner projects or with the partner projects. The first lesson learned from International Development Cooperation is that achieving sustainable cooperation for future generation demand a cohesive vision and active involvement with common goals that not only address present needs, but also granting that future generations will meet theirs. The second experience is that successful outcomes are more likely when development partners and the governments collaborate effectively to ensure efficient sharing of resources, knowledge, and expertise. For lasting success, that is another lesson learned, development partners and the government should focus on the sustainability practice of beneficiaries by setting up facilities before the project's lifespan, as done by KOICA CADI project. As I said, it constructed 69 centers of excellence that we are using today. To conclude, I have advices that can foster sustainable development cooperation for future generations. And the first one is for leaders from partner countries who are urged to foster an environment that prevents brain drain and motivate scholarship recipients studying abroad to return to their home countries after finishing their studies. And this approach mirrors the strategy used by Korean in the 1970s, where Koreans were returning to their home country from USA and the United Kingdom, which significantly contributed to South Koreans' economic growth. And I'm very happy because the professor who shared this experience is here. He shared this experience when I was studying at Shongshiri, as the professor said. My advice to Korea, or my wish to Korea, continuous support of KOICA to the development of emerging technologies within partner countries would be a star that will never fade ahead, as integration of technology in the journey, the journey that will never stop, considering its impact in shaping today's world. We are living in the world where technology is the key to success. So KOICA should continue to invest or to support developing countries. Therefore, the advice to young generations, it is that young generations should constantly be reminded that education is the best gift that you can give to yourself and to others, because it can be stolen. We are struggling with dropout, so it means that young generations are nowadays somehow not recognizing the impact of education. So they should be reminded that the best gift you can give to yourself and to others is education, because it cannot be stolen. The second one, young generations should be keeping their mind that though we are living in the world full of opportunities, they should be in their mind that the cow doesn't give milk. Either you milk it or you don't get milk. So they have to profit from this profit, which means like milking the cow to get these opportunities. The last but not least is that failure is not fine. If they are trying and fail, they should keep in their mind that failure is not fine, and success is not permanent. Therefore, when they fail, they should never stop trying after failure. Then they should never stop working after success. And thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. I think the case of Rwanda clearly shows that the political will and also innovations in education is the most important part of the development process. And you also mentioned about failure is not the end, so you could hopefully maybe you could also share your own failure case and how you can actually learn from that. And another point of view is the brain drain. Actually, this is also very interesting because maybe during our discussion session, it would be also interesting if you could kindly share some of the strategies on the brain drain issue in partnership country, because I think that can provide some policy implications for KOICA and then other development agencies in donor countries as well. So, all right, so I think we're moving into the last speaker, Junwoo Park, the head of the field office at the United Nations Development Program in Democratic Republic of Congo. So now we are going to Kinshasa. So Junwoo has extensive experiences in program and project management, especially in conflict-affected and fragile settings, and he's also expert in climate change issue. And he also worked more than 10 years in the African continent. So floor is yours, Junwoo Park. Let's give a round of applause for Junwoo to welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Thank you, because I'm using this microphone. Thank you very much for the floor. Just a correction, because I was based in Kinshasa, but I'm now in the rural area of the DRC, northern part of the DRC, which is called Isiro. So in the Utwele province. I will come back to this point. So despite the significant growth in official development assistance, we talked about this increasing ODA a lot this morning and afternoon, reaching approximately 223 billion USD last year. And the emergence of innovative approaches such as artificial intelligence, digital transformation, climate smart technology, and I have to add blended financing. Only 15% of the Sustainable Development Goals are currently on track to be achieved. So moreover, there is an increasing concern about the financing gap. We talked about it a lot for the implementation of the 2030 agenda. But these challenges are likely to become even more daunting for future generations. So what should we do? So good afternoon. I want to say hello to all other participants from all over the world in their own language, based on the language that I learned from the country I worked. Buenas tardes, Baishapa, Jambo, bonjour à toutes et à tous, Botena Vino. Just to say hello and welcome you in this wonderful place, and also to say that you are very important. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to KOICA and the MOFA for this opportunity to share my humble experiences. So as introduced by Professor, my name is Jun. I'm currently serve as a head of field office and the program manager for the UNDP's Climate Change RED Plus program, which is recognized under the Paris Agreement and the Utwele province, the northern part of the DRC, Isiro. So, as you can see in the picture, this is the Congo Basin, the second largest tropical rainforest where I'm working for the climate change after Amazon. So this is the lung of the earth where we are producing a lot of oxygen that you are now using that oxygen. So this is a place where I'm working. So, but I don't go into the detail. This is not a topic today. So I'd like to share a very simple, because I know that this is the last presentation today, yet a very powerful message for future generation. If you want to go far, go together. Yeah, this is a journey that I just share briefly. Probably you are curious about, you might be curious about my hands. Before I just travel here, I just cut my finger. And then the thing, but it's not serious, it's okay. But the thing that I just wanted to share, linked to my presentation, is that I just realized that, even at the tip of the finger, the blood circulation is quite important. So even though you have a big investment, ODA budget, like coming from the heart, for instance, if it doesn't feed the end of the finger, it doesn't work. So this is a place where you see people in it, and then all the investment are injected. So it's also important to have all the investment, but at the same time, it's also very important to see what's happening on the ground. And so based on that, I just want to share my experiences. So drawing from my 14 years of experience, primarily at the field and community level in rural areas across partner countries in Latin America, and mostly in Africa, and through various organizational roles, including the KOICA volunteering program back in 2010, KOICA expert program at country office, international NGOs, a UN agency where I'm currently working, I aim to share key lessons learned and offer some modest advice to future generation. So I was asked to cover 2 questions. So what contribution have future generation made to the development of partner countries? What are the key challenges they will face in this context? Second, what lesson have I learned from my experience in international development cooperation? What advice can I offer to future generation based on the challenges and hopes I have encountered? So due to time constraint, probably I will briefly talk about the first, and then second, mostly I would like to use time for the second questions. Yeah, we talk about the innovation a lot, so I think that's the most important contribution from the future generation in the partner countries. So I have witnessed numerous initiatives, such as incubators, as presented by my fellow panelists, a startup support program, and hackathon, even in rural areas of Africa and fragile conflict-affected settings like Sierra Leone and the Central African Republic and the Democratic Republic of Congo. These efforts are making significant contributions at policy and community level. But however, it is equally clear that persistent challenges, such as ongoing conflict, highlighted by my colleague here, and lack of enabling environments and the escalating climate crisis, remain unresolved, posing substantial hurdles for future generations. So the question is, what steps can be taken to foster development in collaboration with future generations? So here are 3 important lessons learned for future generations. So why global agendas such as SDG, specifically SDG 17, which is about partnership, delivering as one or one UN initiative within the UN system, and the humanitarian development peace, triple nexus. All these agendas emphasize the importance of collaborations. In practice, however, I observed that the collaboration is often inconsistent or not systematically integrated into the operations of organizations. For instance, I just like to share this photo. So I just had a chance to organize this wonderful joint field mission for a UNDP project on peace consolidation in eastern part of the DRC, funded by KOICA. We achieved the exemplary instance of the HDP nexus in practice through this activity. So you see there is a H actor, humanitarian actor, like WFP as a humanitarian organization. They supported the logistics with a helicopter. And D, like UNDP and government as a development actor. P, peace actor like MONUSCO, the stabilization mission, peacekeeping operation, and with the National Army. We work together to achieve the objective that we had as a common, like a collective outcome that we used that time in the HDP nexus. However, such collaboration tends to occur only when absolutely necessary, like this situation. Without P actors, you cannot go there because there's a conflict, the rebels and everywhere. So when absolutely necessary, we collaborate. But without concrete or institutionalized mechanism, collaboration remains, in general, ad hoc. That's what I saw on the field for the last 10 years. So it requires significant time to collaborate, time and energy and effort. And also, we need some kind of incentive mechanism. Without it, it's very difficult to collaborate on the field. So given the financing gap and the time constraint, systemic collaboration within the existing ecosystem can be crucial for accelerating SDG implementation for future generation. And I'm convinced that there is a huge room for future generation to contribute this area of collaboration, either in a small project team, in UN or NGO as a government or the other. So that's the point that I just want to share. Second, progress and outcomes. In the context where the overall capacity of the country actors need strengthening, it is crucial to emphasize progress indicator alongside the result indicator. Progress indicator allow us to celebrate incremental achievements rather than solely focusing on final outcomes. For instance, as you can see in the photo, taken during my time as a volunteer in rural Paraguay back in 2011, I managed a community project focused on constructing solar dryer, as you can see behind. Although the project was initially deemed a failure, when the structure collapsed after just 1 week. This is probably a very typical case you might see on the field. But the real value, I strongly believe, lies in the progress made along the way. I just tried to draw the iceberg diagram. So had we placed greater emphasis on the progress indicator, such as the empowerment of the community members, peer learning during project preparation, skill acquisition, strengthen the governance through learning by doing, collaborative efforts, and the shared sense of hope and life, the project could have been viewed as a significant success in terms of community empowerment. Therefore, by shifting our focus from purely result-oriented outcomes to a framework that values process and progress, we can create more opportunities for people's learning and growth that would be able to contribute more to the SDG achievement in a sustainable manner. Even as an outsider myself, participating in the development process, I felt empowered during the progress and process alongside the other community members. This approach can ultimately help accelerate the implementation of the SDG in the long term. This is the last page, I guess. So I'd like to talk about the role as an outsider. This is about our positioning, my positioning in the international development cooperation. In international development cooperation, understanding our role as an outsider, for me, is crucial. The term accompagnement, this is a French word that I learned in DRC, and I just realized that we use a lot, refers to a side dish served alongside a main course, as you can see the photo in the middle, such as potatoes and salad just next to steak. Similarly, in a musical context, in the right photo, accompaniment in English refers to a background music that supports the main melody. In development settings, particularly when engaging with stakeholders and government authority, the concept of accompagnement, our role captures our role as external partners. So our job is to enhance, complement the efforts of our partners without overshadowing them, by respecting this role and focusing on supporting and empowering rather than dominating, we contribute effectively to the development process. So embracing this perspective will help us work together and achieve long-term success in our development goals. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So this African proverb remains highly relevant today for me. So this is like a back to basic message. Yeah, this is not very fancy, but I don't like to share with the future generation. In the context of international development, it underscores the importance of collaborations, the need to value of progress, and the imperative of maintaining our role as supportive partners in the journey towards sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very interesting and very insightful presentation. So given this kind of time limit, maybe let me just go to the panel discussion directly. So based on, because you're in the economic development field and ICT and education and the climate crisis and environment field. So based on your very much hands-on experiences from the field, what are the #1 challenge, as a future generation or as a junior, career in the field, and then how you can actually try to overcome that challenge? Maybe Kenneth, can you start from you?
Thank you very much, Professor. The main challenge with respect to future generations is basically, trying to position themselves in as much as current development is happening within their own spaces, in as far as engagements with partner countries is concerned. Because by the end of the day, I think, like I pointed earlier on, that it is also very important that in terms of engagements, they should take cognizance of the current needs of future generations. So it is very important to look at those needs, because by the end of the day, they'll determine then as to whether, let's say, a particular program will succeed there. So I will try to list about 3 specific challenges then, as Professor has asked there. One and most fundamental problem is the problem of skills. The problem of skills there. I think I mentioned earlier on that in terms of the young generations which we find in Africa, there is that element of them being being tech savvy, for example. But then there's an issue of access to the right kind of knowledge, access as well as the costs of the kind of knowledge which is important and relevant to them there. So those are some of the challenges which they also find in trying to really express themselves, looking into the future there. So those are some of the challenges which they face. And then there's also the challenge of uncertainty, which we really find, future generations are experiencing in as far as international cooperation engagements are concerned. You'll find that this problem of uncertainty really stems from the fact that if you look at international cooperation currently or the present times, things have really changed to an extent that you really find that there are a lot of cooperation partners coming on board, to an extent that at times you can actually think that it's more like a competition amongst the very partners there. So it really gives that a cloud of uncertainty, and as to really be unsure as to who then is the best in terms of cooperation there, so as to address the goals and aspirations of young people. I think that's what I can say, Professor.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. I think, we have more than 20 and 25 questions already, and then I don't want to miss a very interesting questions. And so that's why I try to just combine some of the questions to each speakers. So maybe if I just click it, maybe this will be on. Right. So I think related to, your presentation, you also mentioned about brain drain. So what do you think is the most important reason for creating an environment that prevents brain drain and encourages scholarship recipients to return home after their studies? And what could be other supports can be done together with education opportunities? So including these questions, you could also try to answer and then share your insights on challenges, and then maybe you can address this question as well.
Okay, thank you for the question. as they have asked, what do I think as the most important reason for creating environment that prevents brain drain and encourages scholarship recipients to return home? The main reason is that in Africa, as we are nowadays saying, we are in developing countries. Yet, you cannot be developed if you don't have skillful labor, which means that when we get this scholarship from developed countries, they want us to be back to develop our home countries. Therefore, the most important reason for creating an environment that prevents brain drain is to attract these beneficiaries from these different scholarships so that they can go back to their home countries to contribute in their developments. The second, what could be the support together with education opportunities? I guess, or I think, we are getting different opportunities, and as I have said, there is a political will to change our situations, but sometimes we are facing the challenge of lack of appropriate infrastructures. That is why leaders or governments should put much emphasis on getting some appropriate infrastructures to foster our education system. Then what is the message emphasized for the young generation regarding education and perseverance and how this principle contribute to personal and societal growth? As I have said, as advice, I say that young generations should bear in their mind that the cow doesn't give milk, either you milk it or you don't get milk. It means they should try to work hard. And as I said, when you fail in one way, you should not think that it is the end. They should be in their mind that when you fail, you should keep trying. And for the successful ones, they should keep in their mind that success is not permanent. So when you are successful today, don't bear in your mind that it will continue. You should keep working hard to keep what you have achieved and try to get more. Thank you.
Thank you, Chunu. Because we have 5 or 6 questions on the climate crisis and climate change, but maybe I think I found one specific question for you in terms of the challenges in the field. So please share your #1 challenge, and in addition to that, is right, you might want to just address these questions. How you can actually engage with the local communities. That's the kind of a very good questions from a student from Handong Global University. So back to you, Chunu.
Thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, I know this guy. So thank you very much for the question. I know that you are there. Yes, this is quite a specific question. I didn't cover actually for this presentation. Thank you for the question, probably. The challenges that we have, basically, particularly for the climate change, we call it a nature-based solution. So this is a bit different from, technology-driven smart, like climate-smart technology, like carbon capture machines, like that we are talking in the Western or even South Korea. There are many different initiatives. But what we are doing as a nature-based solution, that means that we work with nature and also community people. So we have to mobilize people who never heard about climate change and never heard about this kind of international global agenda. So we start from zero. So we go to the community. The other challenge that I have to say, logistics. When there is a forest, there is no road. There is no helicopter. Humanitarian don't come for the development. because this is not urgent, as I told you. So this is a whole challenge. So we don't make the road. This is not our mandate. But we wait until the government, to construct the road or the other, or when we select the community where we're intervening. Unfortunately, we have to put one of the criteria like accessibility. Unfortunately, which means that we are marginalizing some of the community who don't have the accessibility. I feel very sorry when I have to do it, but we are also under pressure to finalize our project. If the donor allow us to wait until the road is constructed, we are happy to do in that way. So that's kind of a challenge that we have. And also, my fellow colleagues, they were talking about the human capital development. So they didn't have any input or equal chance to learn or be strengthened in terms of capacity development, never. So it's the first ever intervention or having someone from external part of their world community. So we start from zero. That's the big challenge, but we still continue. So how we engage a local community? Yes, so that's the reason why we work with the local NGO. We don't do, so we assume like a technical secretary and then contracting with the local NGO who are specialized in this area, and then they have means to go there by motorcycle or by walking or the other means so that they mobilize the community. So that's how we work together. And you also talk about the carbon credit. Yes, so when we say what is the outcome of this project, it's like the bread and oxygen at the same time. Bread means the poverty reduction. We support the community, but at the same time, when we talk about oxygen, it's carbon credit. So we support as a facilitator to engage in the international dialogue for the government, particularly jurisdictional level government, provincial level government. This is technical term, to negotiate with like carbon certification schemes, like we are using the Artetris now, so in collaboration with the KOICA as well. So that, as an owner of the carbon credit, the provincial government can manage and lead this carbon credit acquisition process. So we are just accompanying them so that we can do this kind of process. So it's complicated, it's not easy. It's a complex process, but that's what we are doing.
Thank you very much. So connecting to your answer, sorry for bombarding questions, but
no problem.
There are a couple of very good questions. So one of the participants actually raised the issue of CBDR, common but differentiated responsibilities in environmental negotiation. Can anybody show the questions? So this is about the responsibilities, and also we have questions on the climate innovations in terms of procurement and then development of finance, etc. So broadly asking back to you again. So what would be the the specific roles of development partners from the perspective of international organization in addressing the climate crisis, broadly speaking? Yeah, broadly, probably I already answered. So normally the owner of the dialogue and this kind of negotiation is the partner country. For my case, it's the DRC, it's the government. So we, as a development partner, as just sitting next to them, we explain what's going on the other side of the world or international dialogue, so that they understand what's going on. That's the first thing. So we say it like sensitization, at the central government level, also provincial government level, and community and the people's level. So local NGO and all the stakeholders. That's the first thing that we do as a development partner. Second thing is we facilitate all this international negotiation process with them, so that they can take a lead even after we leave. So that's what we hope to do, and then what we are doing as a development partner. We cannot own the process, the climate change, because all the nature that they have, they are the owners. We are just the supporters. We don't say anything in terms of what shall we do with the carbon credit or the other. There is so many negotiations behind,
but that's not our role. So I think that's the limit that we have. Yes.
That's a great point. Yeah, thank you. And we also have questions and feedback on the digital transformation in the context of developing countries. So, given that you also have expertise in ICT and digital sector, so we can find a lot of opportunities from digital transformation, but pretty often the digital technologies can amplify the existing socio-economic gap, right? Digital access and then digital divide, even digital inequality. So how can we address this kind of the side effect or risk of the emerging digital technology, including artificial intelligence? Back to you.
Thank you for the question. As I have said, the first thing that we need is the quality education. And these emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies, are the keys for the development of these African countries, not only the African countries, but all over the world. They are referring to them. Therefore, the gap that we are facing in most developing countries is we are still lagging behind, or we are still learning from countries to see how we can cope with these emerging technologies. But there is still a gap, because if we are talking about fifth generation of network, and in some parts of the world they are talking about sixth generation, but in our developing countries, you can find even some countries where 3G network is still a challenge to get. So to bridge this gap requires, first of all, an effective collaboration with development partners, so that we can have affordable infrastructures. That is the first thing. And I say affordable for our countries for the ownership of these infrastructures in our countries. And I can even say that development partners should focus on this issue before thinking about the project that they are going to run. They should even think about the future practice or the implementation of this project after the lifespan of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have only 2 minutes, and then I feel very, sorry. I mean that we cannot just cover all the fantastic questions. But before we close, I'd like to particularly ask the questions about, Korea and then African, countries collaboration. So what can Korea also learn from African countries? And also, recently, another question is about the Korea-African Summit, with the 48, head of states. Because all of us, the 4 of us, actually, we had common experiences in working in Africa, especially in East Africa. But obviously, Africa has more than 56 countries. So that's why, every country has a different kind of context. But if we can have some, views or insights from your own, perspectives, maybe Kenneth, can you just address to these questions, how we can actually learn from each other, from African countries and then Korea?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So basically, the question is talking of, the various opportunities which we can actually leverage from this engagement of Korea, with Africa through the Korea Africa Summit. Indeed, there are a lot of opportunities which can come out. So I'll just try to look at two key opportunities. So these opportunities basically have to do with the strengths which Korea does have. So the first opportunity which this forum presents is actually development in terms of human capital development. I think we are all familiar with the story of the transformation of Korea. It was actually largely dependent on human resources, human capital development. So there is that scope. Why? Because Africa has the people. It has the young people, like I highlighted earlier on. What is really needed is to really, tap into the young population in terms of, making sure that they get the right kind of skills, the right kind of expertise, the exposure, so that by the end of the day, that cooperation is, it can actually bring out win-win kind of scenarios there. And then the other important opportunity there is actually an area of technology transfer. Is very important in the resulting engagements for Africa to actually tap into opportunities in terms of technology which are actually presented by Korea there. So these are some of the key opportunities which I see should actually be leveraged from this new relationship. Then there is a second concern there on the strengths. Okay, Korea will contribute in the development of Africa. Okay. So there is a lot in terms of what Africa can learn, especially from the Korean perspective, from the Korean narrative. One of the things for Africa to learn is the element of unity. Unity is very key for development. We have to speak with one voice as a country. We have to speak with one voice as a continent, which is basically what we see when looking at the story of South Korea. There was that element of a shared vision towards, actually, developing the country there. So because if you look at Africa at the present moment, it's really not easy to really bring even the different leaders together so that they have a common or a shared vision with respect to growing and developing the continent there. So we can learn a lot from that. That is a strength which we find in Korea there. Then the last concern there is on the strategies African nations should adopt. Okay. Well, there are a lot of strategies which Africa can adopt. But for me, from my background, where I'm coming from as an economist, the most important strategy is the political will of leadership at all levels. The political will, the commitment is very key in actually driving growth and development, which has a human face, which is actually beneficial to the continent. I think that's my submission.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So it's a long day, right? So I hope you have a couple of takeaway, and then thank you very much for your participation. And also, my special thanks goes to your own feedback and then questions, and you greatly contributed to this session. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, moderator, for smoothly leading the discussion, and thank you, speakers, for your thought-provoking insights. Thank you once again. Your expertise and perspectives gave us a better understanding of today's topic. And please give another big round of applause. Thank you, and we would like to invite you back to your seats. Thank you very much. And with that, it is heavy heart to inform you that we will now close the speeches and discussion of the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference. It has truly been a very enlightening and productive time as we've explored critical issues and innovative solutions that will help shape the future of the international development cooperation. Now, to provide us with closing thoughts and reflections of our discussions, it is with great honor to invite Mr. Yoon Young Lee, the Vice President of KOICA, for the closing remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Esteemed speakers and panels, and all participants joining on and offline. Thanks to your active participation, we have had a very successful conference today. On behalf of KOICA, I thank you all. From early in the morning, all throughout the day, you have all been joining us till the very end, and I express my deepest gratitude to all of you. Throughout this conference, we have been focusing on the SDGs, checking on how the international community is doing in terms of implementing international development cooperation. And from the perspectives of various development cooperation players, we also discussed directions of development cooperation of the future generation. I hope you learned a lot, because I did so too. So briefly, I would like to summarize what we have discussed today. In the first session, Strategies and Policies for Future Generations, the UN Assistant Secretary General, Ms. Kirsi Madi, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN Economic Community, Mr. Satbinder Singh, and Professor Song Ji-sun of the Korean National Diplomatic Academy joined as speakers, touching on the importance of SDGs in terms of meeting the basic needs of the current generation while guaranteeing needs of the future generation. In the second session, Innovative Models of International Development Cooperation for Future Generations, Mr. Ritesh Thakkar, Senior Advisor of Convergence, and Mr. Mohammed Abdel Pater, Chief Innovation Officer of USAID, and Darren Kazama, Senior Strategic Relations Lead of GCF, shared how the international community is responding to the complex crises faced in today's world. Especially in the area of development cooperation, the session introduced programs where innovative finance and new technology has been applied. And through such cases, the speakers shared the direction for innovative development cooperation for future generations. And this was a very hot topic because there were a lot of questions and comments on this topic. So I think the younger generation was especially interested in the topic, and KOICA will also look more into this topic as well. We will make sure that it was an opportunity for us to learn more about other donors. And in the last session, Hopes and Challenges from the Perspective of Future Generations, Mr. Kenneth Mahoney and Mr. Uishema Badaste and Mr. Park Chunu, Head of Field Office at the UNDRC, shared their experience of participating in KOICA's national cooperation programs, degree training program, and other international development cooperation programs. As the future leaders, they shared with us the precious lessons learned in the process of overcoming challenges and growth. And many of the participants and the speakers and panels were actually worked at and with KOICA many decades ago. So I think the fact that they are joining us today is proof of how we are developing and advancing. So I wanted to emphasize that. Distinguished guests, as mentioned earlier, we're facing numerous global challenges. And to effectively respond to these challenges, the future generation, who are at the heart of sustainable development, should not simply be a beneficiary, but the major players and participants in the international development cooperation strategies that we should further seek. So the Korean government and KOICA, in the process of international development cooperation, we will listen more to the voices of the younger generation. And the challenges of the future generations is probably will be your future challenges in the coming years. So they need to play a further role in this process. So once again, I express my gratitude to the moderators and speakers as well as participants. And you have provided many insightful thoughts with us. And also to the participants, both on and offline, for staying with us throughout the day. Also, we are celebrating the 17th conference today, and I express my appreciation to the staff as well, because this conference has grown into a fora of sharing experience and expertise. It has become a platform in this regard. So I hope this conference can be welcomed and supported by all of you, also with your participation, and we will make sure that we make further advancement in the coming years. So our KOICA staff members have made great efforts to this day. So including the MC today, we have many staff who have made wonderful many efforts, so let's give all of them a big round of applause. So I hope we can meet again next year with a new theme, and with that we will close the 17th Seoul ODA International Conference. Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다. 이윤영 이사님, 해외사 감사드립니다. 리더십과 또 비전 감사드리고요. 많은 헌신과 또 비전을 가지고 이렇게 이끌어 주시는 것 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 이것으로 제17회 서울 ODA 국제회의 순서를 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 코이카와 외교부를 대표해서 오늘 모든 참석자 분들께 협조와 지원해 주신 것에 대해서 감사 말씀드립니다. 여러분의 인사이트를 통해서 저희 더 풍성한 나눔을 할 수 있었고요. 다시 한번 감사드리고 여러분 안전하게 귀가하시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 추가로 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 사용하신
As a reminder, please make sure to return your translation receivers to the staff at the entrance. Thank you.